and he will be also assisting with support if there are any clarity related questions that are also required that I cannot give information on. Without any further ado, colleagues, as said, it's going to be a very brief presentation. It's going to be high level so that colleagues are able to capture the basic essence of the advert and the important factors, so that I do not take up too much of your time, so that you can go back and put in applications for the current funding window. I'm just going to share my presentation quickly, colleagues. There we go. Colleagues, just as a word of advice, if you have your video on, please switch it off. It will assist with your network. If you have your video on, you might not hear us properly or actually even receive the visuals that I'm sharing right now. So let us make sure we have our cameras off so that we are able to listen attentively to the session. Going into the session, as mentioned before, let me just project it for you. Beginning. There we go. Okay, colleagues. As I see, there's still a lot of people coming in, and I cannot remove them from my screen. Just going to ask my colleagues just to keep accepting people into the meeting so that I'm able to share the presentation and nothing is blocking my screen. But I think we're going to have this issue throughout the session. Okay, there we go. So colleagues, as said before, this is the first funding window for 2026-2027 financial year for all private sector learning interventions for the current upcoming financial year. As presented, I'm Bisetso Maloka. First order of business for today, colleagues, are general meeting protocols. We already had our opening and welcome from the executive. I'm also going to cover expectations of the funding window and advert. I'm going to cover the basic overview of the advert. I'm also going to cover the grant types explanations in high-level summary. I'm also going to look at the application mistakes and due diligence issues. These are common errors that happen within the application process and at the phase of due diligence for those that have met the basic requirements. Further to that, we're going to have the allocation and appeals process at a high level. And after that, we're going to have a system demonstration as well to assist colleagues to be able to navigate their applications around our system. Moving forward to, there we go. Colleagues, please give me 1 second. I just need to remove this thing that is appearing on my screen because it's obstructing my view of the presentation. But I'm hoping you guys can see. As meeting protocols, like I said, opening and welcome has been covered, and these are the topics that we're going to cover in the current session. Okay, so the advert and targeted audience, colleagues. As the executive has mentioned, we have the private security employers that are being invited. We have the legal sector employers that are invited. We have the correctional service employers that are private that are also invited. And furthermore, all of these employers have to be registered with SASITA, which is SETA 19, and submitting their WSP for 2026 and 2027. Furthermore, colleagues, we also have the private special interest groups that are also welcome to apply, which is the NPOs, NGOs, CBOs, cooperatives, NLPs that are operating within the safety and security sector. And all these audiences are only invited to apply for the programs that are listed within the advert that we are going to shortly display after this short presentation, colleagues. So that just talks to the audience that are being invited to the funding window advert. Right. Furthermore, colleagues, we have the advert keynotes. These are the advert important notes. These you can refer to in detail on the actual advert. We're going to be using the updated policy for the upcoming financial year, which is the DG policy version 14. So for those that have applied before that are familiar with the system and the application route, colleagues, can we please stay muted? Colleagues, can we stay muted?
I know we can. He said, so if you are speaking, you are muted. Please unmute.
Yeah. Apologies, colleagues. I think our colleagues inside were trying to mute the other stakeholders that forgot to mute their mics. Colleagues, as said before, the advert, this is pertaining to the advert keynotes. And we're saying that for this upcoming...
There's no presentation. Please reshare the presentation.
Apologies for that. In order for me to unmute, I need to unshare. So I'm hoping colleagues will remain muted so I don't have to go back and forward with the presentation. Thank you for that. Can you see it now?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you. All right, so I'm just going to skip to the page that we were on. There we go. So colleagues, I was describing the advert keynotes, and these are the important notes that everyone needs to be aware of. We're using the DG policy version 14. That's the latest new policy that's attached on the SASITA website. If you still are in possession of version 13, please do not utilize it for this funding window. Please download the current policy on the SASITA website banner. Important notes, we must note that requirements change each financial year as things change and legislation takes a different turn. There will be adjustments to the advert requirements, so they are not always casted in stone. Let us work on the new requirements as we receive them for each funding window. Very important from my side. And the most important one is that the deadline for submission is the 6th of April, 2026. By midnight. And also what we should note is that support for this funding window is only available up until 4 o'clock, which is within the business hours of the SETA. So please let us not apply on the 6th of April at 7 o'clock at night and send emails to the SETA because no one will be there to assist. So we're just making sure that colleagues need to apply on time and not on the last minute. Further to this, we need to note there are no extensions and late submissions are not allowed in its entirety, and all applications should be submitted online. No physical applications will be accepted. Applications via SASITA system only. That reiterates what I just said. Proof of levy contribution required for inter-SETA transfers. So this is one important thing for those colleagues maybe that are joining us from other SETAs and are still in the process of that inter-SETA transfer. We are saying if you're in that section, please make sure you attach proof that you are paying levies with your SETA, or if the proof is requested at any given point, you will also be able to furnish that information to SASITA when it's required. I hope that's clear, colleagues. Moving forward, just want to check, didn't skip. Okay, all right. Moving forward. colleagues, for those that are, I'm seeing in the chat box, there are colleagues that are saying they are unable to see my presentation, but I'd like to think most of the people in the session are able to see it. For those that can't, please make sure that your network is stable, switch off your videos, and maybe go out of the session and try coming back in, or switch browsers. That will also assist for you to see the presentation. But I would like to think most of the people in the room in the session are able to see the presentation. So let's please do that so that you don't miss out. If in the event you are unable to see it, the presentation will also be available on the SETA website for you to download and just go through it. Maybe in the meantime, you can listen in if you're having issues with your network. Colleagues, moving forward, I want to talk to more of the advert keynotes. The advert is published on the SASITA website. We always have issues around people not being able to locate the advert, or even the site where you are supposed to find your stakeholder link, where it takes you directly into the system, where you're supposed to find your supporting documents to the funding window advert. These things, colleagues, are published on the SASITA website. Please do not type it only as SASITA, type it in full as written on the presentation, so that it takes you directly onto the SETA's landing page. There are some people who will type it half, and when you get into your browser, it will take you to a different setup of the SETA's website, and you might find yourself unable to locate the advert. So please type it in full, and so that you are able to access the information. Moving forward, colleagues, all inquiries will be attended to up until the 6th of April 2026 at 4 o'clock and nothing after. And we're just highlighting that you must make sure when you apply for your grants, you apply together using the updated DG policy version 14. Apologies. Also, further to that, for this current window, we're still finalizing the manual for the system. And by the time we load all the things onto the website, manual should be available of the system demonstration, so that colleagues can also follow on how to get from one step to the other. Further to that, there'll be a video of this recording posted on there, so that colleagues can download and also maybe use that to navigate through the system, colleagues. So now we're going to move into the advert explained. Just going to touch bases with some of the simple points. There we go. The first one talks to grant types. Colleagues, on our advert, we have learnerships. They are either employed or unemployed. For the terms that are used on the Skills Development Act, they are called 18.1 and 18.2. So 18.1 is employed, 18.2 is unemployed. Just familiarize yourself with the jargon. These are structured work-based learning programs, and they are NQF qualifications and NQF aligned. The duration is usually a minimum of 12 months and maybe a maximum of 24 months. This is essentially because of the new occupational qualifications that are coming in. So you're going to find learnerships that take a bit more than 12 months. And further to that, we're saying as a SETA, we add 4 months onto the duration of the program, onto the contract, for purposes of allowing the administration process at the start and the closure process right at the end, which involves issues of your verification and all that, which you're going to get into in the event that you are awarded with the right project team. So this just that extra 4 months covers issues of your recruitment and basic administration of your contract. Further to that, colleagues, for unemployed learnerships, we offer a stipend. The stipend is based off the NQF amount, NQF level of the qualification that you would have applied for. Very important. The stipend is based off the NQF of the qualification that you're applying for, not of the qualification of the learner. So let us be very mindful of that. Just to add, colleagues, on the system, the way it has been designed, you do not input any amounts because the amounts are pre-populated based on the policy. So for now, you don't have to worry about inputting any amounts so that people don't get left out for using wrong information. Colleagues, let us keep muted so that we can continue. Further to that, we are saying most of the learnerships on the advert are linked to occupations that are quality assured either by SASITA, excuse me, or by QCTO. So when we're saying linked occupations, we're saying the mere fact that they've introduced the new occupational qualifications, those qualifications are linked to actual trades. That is why we're mentioning that. And the old legacy qualifications are also quality assured by SASITA until such time that they are fully phased out by the council. So for now, the programs on the advert are legacy qualifications and occupational qualifications. So it's a mixture of both. And just at the bottom, it was just the diagram from my side to show that we have the theory, workplace, and the full qualification right at the end once someone has embarked on a learnership. But you'll read into that information more on the DG policy if you require it. Excuse me, colleagues, I actually have flu, so please bear with me if I pause for a few seconds while reading. Further to that, colleagues, we also have the other grant type, which is our skills programs. We also have employed and unemployed skills programs that the SETA funds and is currently advertising, which you will find on our website. Colleagues, our skills programs also are occupationally based. If they are occupational skills programs from QCTO, they are occupationally based, and all of them are credit-bearing programs, and some of them are maybe at some point short courses that might not be credit-bearing, but all of those skills programs currently on our advert are credit-bearing skills programs, and it's a mixture of legacy skills programs and occupational skills programs from QCTO. So just please make sure you know the difference between the two. Basically, skills programs take a minimum of 5 days and a maximum of up to 6 months to be trained. They are very short. If they're extended to 9 months, it's usually maybe based on the number of credits on the skills program, or maybe you're doing more than one skills program in one. It depends on what we have advertised, colleagues, if it takes up to a maximum of 9 months. But the basic one is from 5 days to 6 months that we have put on our advert. Think quality assured by SASITA and QCTO, also fair because we've done a mixture of the two while we still have the legacy qualifications available before June. That covers skills programs, colleagues, just from a high level perspective. The grant types, we also have our work integrated learning, which we call WIL internally at SASITA. This talks to basically your candidacy programs, your internships, your TVET placement, and your University of Technology placements. Those are the sub-programs under the heading of work integrated learning. So this is basically there for learners to get work experiential learning after they've received their qualification from whatever institution that is recognized within South Africa. So candidacy programs is specifically for graduates wanting to pursue professional registrations. This talks to learners that want to either become advocates or registered practicing attorneys. That's what the program is there for. Internship speaks to unemployed graduates, people that have already received their qualification and are also looking for placement. Further to that, we have the NCS holders, which are also allowed to apply for internships, or we allow them to be enrolled on internships. TVET placements, it's vocational qualifications from TVET colleges. These are learners that are requiring work experiential learning in order for them to graduate or to receive their end diplomas at some point. We have N6 learners who usually most people apply for, and we have the N4 learners, which most people also apply for. So it's a mixture of both that covers TVET placement, and also TVET placement is only for learners coming from TVET institutions. So we are not catering for someone that comes from an university with a university qualification under TVET placement. So it's strictly TVET learners. Colleagues, can we please stay muted? Colleagues, can we please stay muted? Right. I think there's a gentleman in the background who has not muted. Please mute, sir. This one is not muted. Apologies, stakeholders. There seems to be someone in the background that has not muted their mic, but I think they are muted now. Thank you. Further to that, colleagues, we have your University of Technology placement, which is structured learning alignment aligned with academic alignments. This is purely for learners coming from universities of technology to apply for their work experiential learning. It's usually up to 6 months and a minimum of maybe 1 to 2 months. It depends on the preference of the institution, but it's a maximum of 6 months. Further to that, colleagues, the funding durations from a high level internships are up to 24 months with a stipend. Then TVET placement is up to 18 months with a stipend. But I think also from the new policy, there might be a slight change in terms of the TVET placement duration. But I think I'll get to that when the time comes. But for now, it's up to 18 months that we offer. Then we also have candidacy, which is between 12 and 24 months. Depending on the PLT inclusion. 12 months is usually for people that want to become advocates. 24 months is usually for people who are wanting to become practicing attorneys. Then the University of Technology placement, as mentioned before, is up to 6 months placement, and it's usually a minimum of 2 or 3 months as well for them to apply. Over and above that, colleagues, work integrated learning. The stipend is based on the qualification of the learner. So the difference between training-related programs, which are your skills programs and learnerships, the stipends for the unemployed for those programs are based off the program that they are training on. But for work-integrated learning, the stipends are based off the qualification that the learner holds at that current moment. So if I'm an NQF level 7 or 8, there'll be a different amount that comes to me as a learner. If I'm sitting at NQF level 5, there'll be a different amount coming to me. So it's based off the qualification that the learner holds for this section for work integrated learning. I hope that's clear, colleagues. Moving forward, we have employed bursaries. Essentially, this supports employed individuals in the safety and security sector to pursue further education. And when we're saying employed, colleagues, very important, employed means your own learners, not the learners of the next door company, not the learners of another institution. Employed means your own employees. So employed bursaries for individuals within your company only. I just wanted to make that one clear, colleagues. The eligible applicants for bursaries are employers, unions, NGOs, CBOs, cooperatives within the safety and security sector, and bursaries for employed. In fact, the whole funding window is specifically for employers and not service providers. So if you are trying to apply in the capacity of a skills development provider that has not submitted a WSP, that is not contributing levies to the SETA, then none of the above programs will be accessible to yourself as a service provider. We have a separate funding window for service providers that we cater for, which is called the public sector funding window. I just wanted to also make that clear so that we are in the same mindset. For moving forward, we have the learner requirements under bursaries. Basics, you must be employed by the company, you must be a South African citizen, you must be at least registered, accepted at a public institution. If you are enrolling at a private institution, it will only be considered if that qualification is not available at any public institution as well. And we are also now moving into the fourth industrial revolution, where we are looking at qualifications that focus on the 4IR, for lack of a better word. Further to that, the institution offers flexible study options for employed learners. So when you do apply, please use institutions that offer flexi study methods so that your employees are able to be at work and study at the same time. Those are the basic learner requirements that I wanted to put through. Common application mistakes, my favorite section, because I cannot stress the fact that I see a lot of applications not being recommended for silly mistakes. So some of these things I can understand are genuine mistakes, but I'd like to think if we pay more attention to the application and we do it on time, then we're not supposed to have these issues. Our system is very simple and should not be having any of these common application mistakes when applying. So let us be vigilant and pay attention to detail when applying. So basic information is that we are missing compulsory compliance documents. For example, someone just misses uploading your tax one-time PIN. That's a basic mistake that I'm hoping won't happen for this funding window. We have non-compliances with SARS, CSD, or COIDA. Those are some of the examples. You do find someone that has submitted a one-time PIN, and when we verify it with SARS, you find that their status is not in good terms with the taxman. And as we are a public entity, we cannot be seen to be doing business and issuing out funds to someone that's not in good terms with the taxman. So we need to make sure that before we apply, the mere fact that your one-time PIN is valid does not mean that your status with the taxman is valid. So let us make sure that both are correct when applying. Most times people attach COIDAs that are expired. For example, this window opened on the 15th of March. Someone will attach a COIDA that expired last year, December. So those are the basic mistakes. Let's make sure we don't do them. Expired or password protected uploads. I'll concentrate on password protected uploads. Excuse me. This mostly happens with COIDAs. Most people download their certificates from the Department of Labor system, and they forget that those documents, when they download them from there, they require a password for you to open them. Then you find people who attach it as it is, and we have no way of opening your document, and it ends up becoming a disadvantaging factor to your application. Please make sure you download your application, print it out, scan it back in, and make sure we are able to open it. Other people attach blank documents. It's a genuine mistake, but I'm hoping it doesn't happen. Like I'm saying, you might be making a copy of your tax clearance upside down or the wrong way up, and you scan it into your system and it's blank when we see it on our side. Let us make sure that that doesn't happen. Also, please do not attach any corrupt documents. Make sure that you are able to open and close your documents before attaching them, because that might be a disadvantage as well. Apologies. Late submissions, that's one of the biggest application mistakes. 80% of the people who usually apply for grants at SASITA apply on the last day. And I'd like to say that is one of the causes of your applications being unsuccessful due to the fact that you're rushing on the last day. And this is where these silly mistakes that I'm referring to happen. May I please caution you guys to please apply on time, because the more the merrier of people we have to distribute grants to makes our job easier, and we're able to make sure that the sector benefits in its entirety. Further to that, we have a lot of people that are abandoning their applications and leaving them at created status. In the last funding window, there was not a lot. I think I had up to not more than 20, which is at least for now, I'd like to say it's a good number, but I'd like to see this funding window with 0 applications that are left in the created status or abandoned. Please go through the advert, look at the requirements, make sure before you apply you have all the requirements that you need before opening an application, so that you do not abandon your application in the middle. If in the event you're trying to apply, you have issues or challenges, or you're not understanding something, please make sure you contact SASITA. If you're nearby, you're more than welcome to drop in. I have a team of people that will be able to assist you so that you don't find yourself not submitting on time. But again, the created status is caused by that late submission. So don't be late because you'll abandon your application because you're applying at 10 o'clock at night on the last day, and you're scrabbling around for documents which you cannot find. So the late submission also causes the created status or abandoning of applications. Let us refrain from that, colleagues. Moving forward, we have applying on the closing date of the advert, which also turns into late applications, which also turns into leaving your application and created status. So I think I've stressed enough on the common application mistakes. Let us make sure.
Paying, my friend.
Facebook is paying you that.
Colleagues, can we stay muted?
You also want to put
Stakeholders, can we stay muted, please? Thank you. So colleagues, I think I've spoken a lot on that. It was done intentionally so, because I have a lot of people that at some point come in to query their applications, and when they find out what they did wrong, it's silly mistakes, like I'm referring to, colleagues, that I do not want to see in this funding window. Please do that for me so that we don't have to send out any regret letters to anyone. Further to that, colleagues, we have your common due diligence mistakes. This happens when someone has met the basic compliance, that they've gone through evaluation, and they are new to the SETA. New to the SETA meaning that you've never implemented a program with us, not to say that you're new in the industry of training or security business. We're saying that because you've never had contract with SASETA, we have never experienced implementing projects with you, we will take you on a physical site visit to assess whether you are eligible to be taken on the program, and just also to further assess whether you have the capacity and capability to be training on the intervention that you have applied for. Apologies. So the first issue, colleagues, talks to non-submission of additional information. Here we just listed basic information like your verification reports if they become a requirement, valid assessors or moderator registration, or maybe the submission of updated documentation, because sometimes people apply and their documents expire 2 days after they've submitted an application. When we come on due diligence, we're going to require the updated information just to see. Colleagues, can we stay muted? Colleagues, can we stay muted? So we are saying, as long as you make sure that you do submit all the additional information that will be requested beforehand when we come to the site visit, then your application should be fine. Further to that, we have non-compliance with the Taxman again, CSD, COIDA, BEE, it's a lot of things. So just make sure that your documents are up to date. Further to that, we have issues of your training venues and lease agreements. For those that don't own the places that they are operating in, we need to make sure that we confirm that there is a stable place where the company is registered to, and it matches the accreditation details on the letter, and that's where the learners are going to be trained. So we do get 1 or 2 of those issues where you find someone has a company, but they don't have a physical place to operate in, for lack of a better word. Let's make sure that does not happen. Most people cannot produce a basic project team, and in order for a project to be successful, you need to have dedicated people for your project team that are allocated different functions of the project, because in order for it to be successful, you cannot have one person doing everything. That's how we end up delaying projects, and projects become non-moving. Further to that, we have late submission of supporting documentation, generic one. And most applications, I've seen people coming up with joint venture applications. Colleagues, in this funding window, joint venture applications are not allowed. So let us be clear that we know the difference. The difference means that if you're applying in a joint venture, it means that company A and company B are merging together and applying as one. That is not allowed in this funding window. In this funding window, we allow, for lack of a better word, partnerships. You have an employer and a service provider. So each of the 2 parties has their own role. They're not applying as one company. They're applying as 2 separate companies with 2 separate purposes. One is the main applicant, that is the employer, that is the recipient of the grant, and the service provider, if different from the employer, is the person that's going to be responsible for taking through the training. That's the person that is accredited to do the training. So for those that are familiar with the joint venture applications, they will know that if I'm company A and my colleague is company B, when we submit an application, that application name of the company will be called company A and B, as an example. That is a joint venture. But if you're applying as an employer and a service provider, that in our understanding for this process is not a joint venture. So let us not apply in joint ventures. I'm saying this specifically for those that might not be accredited or have any accreditation with them. Please do not apply in a joint venture. with someone trying to apply for this window. Basic examples are you do find 2 skills development providers applying together for this program. That is not eligible. We want an employer to apply. If the employer chooses to apply with a service provider, then they are more than welcome. If the employer is accredited in their own name, they are more than welcome to apply. I hope that's clear, colleagues. Moving forward, we have your human resource capacity and expertise. That's basic. And further to that, we have expired accreditation. Colleagues, this is a very important one. I'd like to think, because we are mostly aware that legacy qualifications are coming to an end. I think it's around June, that there are some people I would like to presume that I've seen that are no longer accredited. If you guys have missed that opportunity to get reaccredited, maybe up until June, then colleagues, if you're not accredited for the program, please do not apply for it, because accreditation will be required, especially for training-related legacy qualifications. I just wanted to highlight that. But if your accreditation is expired, we expect to get an updated accreditation when we visit you for the due diligence to make sure that you are still able to take through the training, colleagues. Further to that, colleagues, we have, excuse me, we have your discretionary grant allocation. Colleagues, this is just high level of how we allocate, or some of the things we take into consideration, so that you are aware. So we focus on learning programs that address critical and scarce skills identified. We also focus on employers who commit to employ a maximum of 35% of 18.2 learners, which is unemployed learners, after the completion of a SETA-funded learning program. Colleagues, gone are the days that we just train learners and we let them go back into the system of unemployment. It has been stressed from a national level, from a parliament level, and from a general community perspective, that we are training learners, we are training our kids just to let them go back and be unemployed. We are starting to make sure that that does not happen, and we make a difference as a SETA. So you'll see on the advert that 35% is the maximum. There are categories for each company size. So we're basing it on company size, and we are saying preference is given to those that will give assurance to absorb the learners, so that we can try and alleviate the situation of unemployment in the country. Because I would like to think that's the whole purpose of why SETAs exist in the first place. Further to that, colleagues, we also take into account rotation of grants and of awardees. We also look into availability of budgets per line item. If the budget is, for lack of a better example, 100 Rand, we can only fund people up to 100. So you can understand the dynamics around that. We also look into the annual performance plan targeted numbers. So we look at the number that is targeted for each of the interventions, and that becomes our ceiling for awarding. And that's how we also allocate. We also look at the size of the employer. Size of the employer, very important, colleagues. I run into this program every funding window. It's been years. You find someone who employs 10 learners or 10 employees, applying for employed GSO for 100. The question becomes, you're employing 10, you applied for 100. Where are you going to get the 90? And like I've said before, we've made it very clear, employed means your own employees. Do not apply for more employees than you have. Basically, that's what it means. So we are going to give you based on the information that is captured on your WSP. Let us make sure that information is correct and it matches what you have inputted onto the system. So if you're saying you employ 50 employees and you apply for 100 grants, we can only give you 50 or below 50. We can't give you 100 because you don't have those 100 employees. So for those that were not aware of that, I'm just bringing it to your attention. Further to that, we also use equitable distribution per category for allocation. And we also, colleagues, look into levy contribution, which plays a big factor in terms of the allocation as well, colleagues. Moving forward, we have your basic evaluation process, high level. First thing that we do an eligibility assessment. before doing the compliance. Eligibility assessments means that do you meet the basic requirements for you to be even invited into this advert? Remember, colleagues, right at the top of the advert, the people we are targeting are the audience that are eligible to apply. So, for example, if I had made myself clear, if you're a service provider and you apply for this grant, you're not eligible to apply for it. If we have requested you to have submitted a WSP and you have not submitted, you are not eligible to apply. If you are employing more than 50 employees or your turnaround threshold in terms of your payroll is more than 500,000 and you're not paying levies to the SETA and you're submitting a WSP, when we get to that phase, we'll say you are not eligible to get anything because you cannot have a 500,000 payroll threshold and not be able to contribute a certain percentage to the SETA. Sometimes we run into people that employ 1,500 employees and they are not paying anything to the SETA. Colleagues, remember we are funding these grants based off the levies that are contributed by these employers that are part of our sector, not only the private sector, but other sectors like the public sector as well. So I just wanted to make that clear. Eligibility, very important. Further to that, we have your compliance assessment, which is your basic documents checks. We have your evaluation and allocation, which is us checking your compatibility or your accuracy in terms of documentation, which is basically your accreditation with regards to the program you applied for. So if you applied for 10 programs and they are all different, we're going to look for 10 different accreditations. So we assess each program that you've applied for at evaluation on its own merit. Further to that, colleagues, we have your due diligence visit, which is applicable for people that have never had contracts or projects with the SETA, or people that have had contracts with the SETA, but they have not been active in the past 12 months on our commitment register. We're allowed to do that, colleagues. In the event there's any change that we come across or we've had issues reported from an implementation perspective from an existing contract, we're also allowed to go on due diligence just to verify the information. Further to that, we have your adjudication, we have your basic award. Then after the award is done, we have your basic feedback letters, which come in various formats. It might be approved, it might be declined, it might be disqualified, it might be awarded. That's the basic process that we follow, colleagues. Further to that, we have the high-level explanation of the appeals process. We are saying you have 7 days to submit your appeal to the decline letter sent. So it's 7 days from the date of receipt. You have 7 days to send your appeal. GPM prepares an evidence file of your application. Prospects of success are evaluated. Then if no prospects, final response will be sent back to you. If there are prospects of success, then it will be referred to an appeals committee for the final decision. So the appeals are handled outside of the GPM department so that we get an independent eye to see whether we have correctly rejected a specific application or not. Colleagues, I just want to stress this part. We all know when we've submitted incorrect documents, we've submitted incorrect documents. You cannot come after you've received an appeal a decline letter saying, but now I have my updated tax clearance. Please make sure when you apply, you have the right documents so that you avoid getting an appeal. Colleagues, after this short presentation of mine, I hope it was short, we are going to have a system demonstration in terms of how to apply for DGs. But basically, we are saying that Sasita will be taking you through the system demonstration for purposes of enhancing stakeholder capabilities to utilize the system. Please be advised that it is essential for all stakeholders to participate in this session, as it will prove valuable insight into the system and enhance the likelihood of submitting successful applications during the current and future funding windows. That is the statement that we are making to you, colleagues, to make sure that you are able to get your applications into the system correctly. So before we move into that part, excuse me, colleagues, I'm just going to flag the advert for you for those that have not seen it. I'm just going to scroll past it because I think I had talked to it in detail. So right at the top, first funding window, financial year 26-27. This first paragraph is the eligibility I was talking to. That speaks to the invited people or the eligible people to this advert. Funding module talks to the DG policy. Advert opened on the 15th of March, closing on the 6th of April. Briefing session is where we are now, colleagues. On that number one is the first session. We will have 2 sessions for this window. So the last one will be on the 30th of March, 2026. For those that would have missed it, due diligence we've covered. Colleagues, here we have your compulsory documents to submit with the application. Remember what I said about basic application mistakes. Make sure you read and contextualize the compulsory documents. That word compulsory means that it must be there and it must be in the format that it is described on the requirements. So if I say signed delegation of authority, don't give me a delegation that has no signature. I'm just making an example with that. So make sure you sign the declaration or delegation of authority. When we're saying valid SERA certificate, don't give us an expired one. It's very clear, valid. I also bolded the words so that we are able to see them. Colleagues, further to that, we have separated the requirements based on the organization type that we're inviting. So it's clear here, it's private security employers, legal sector employers, and for the special private sector interest groups, their requirements are there. If you are a service provider, just know that in the form of an employer, you are not invited to the session. I saw a hand from Unbeatable. We will get to the questions after this brief presentation of the advert, sir. Just moving down, we also have your requirements of a service provider. So just be mindful of this. If you are an employer applying along with an accredited service provider, make sure that service provider must submit documents. Don't submit the employer's documents only and forget to submit that service provider's documents. Make sure each of the two parties attaches their documents, colleagues. Apologies. Further to that, I think I spoke to the important notes on the briefing session. Then, colleagues, I think when you get the time, you are going to visit the advert and be able to see the types of grants that are available. They are listed on here. We have your employed bursaries. We've described the programs, the numbers we're looking for, and the NQF levels. And at the bottom, we just gave you information regarding the disaggregation of the beneficiaries to be recruited. For example, it says there at least 54% of the nominated employees must be women. Let us make sure we try and adhere to that. In the event we are awarded, please make sure that you adhere to those disaggregations, which will be further mentioned in the award letter in the event you are awarded. You have your unemployed learnerships in brackets 18.2. You have your occupational certificates that are registered as learnerships, very important. Occupational certificates that are registered as learnerships are what we advertise. We did not just advertise the full occupational qualification. We advertise the ones that QCTO has registered as learnerships and have a valid registration certificate with DHET. Colleagues, they are all there. The credits are there. The NQF levels there, the number of employees that we are requesting is there. The important notes that are the disaggregations are there as well. Same for employed, and the list further goes on and on. Colleagues, I'm not going to go into detail with it. The programs are clear on there. If you need any sort of assistance, you're more than welcome to come in, email us, call us so that we can give you clarity. Here are your employed skills programs. Looking at them, most are the SASITA Quality Assured skills programs, which are legacy, along with 1 or 2 of the occupational skills programs. We also have your unemployed skills programs that we have advertised as well for purposes of our sector. Apologies. Colleagues, just be mindful when applying for unemployed skills programs. Not all skills programs require a stipend. Stipend is only from 3 months and above that get an actual stipend. The list is very long. We have 10 of them there. At the bottom, you see there are 2 of them that are occupational skills programs means that the accreditation must come from QCTO and not from SASITA. For those occupational ones, you see the codes are unique. They start with SP- and they have a number. Those are the new occupational skills programs from QCTO, along with the help of the quality partners, which are the CETAs. We have your candidacy here that you're more than welcome to apply for, split into various categories. Be careful for the law firms that are applying for this. Make sure you choose the correct program you want. If you want to take on candidate attorneys next year in January, or just as an example, you're going to choose whichever option works for you. If you want them for 24 months, you'll apply for 24 months. If you want them for 24 months, but you're going to be focusing on a specific area like we put there, which is your intellectual property, please apply for that. If you're applying for 24 months and you have a department that deals specifically with conveyancing work, you can apply specifically for 24 months only for learners that are going to be placed in a conveyancing environment or department. If you want them for 12 months and they have already completed their PLTs, and you only want them for 12 months so they can maybe want to become an advocate, you can apply for that. Disaggregations are there as well. Internships, very simple, straightforward, to the point, 24 months placement. TVET placement, same thing. We have 12 months and 18 months. You choose between the two. If you're applying for 12 months, you must make sure the learners you recruit are in possession of an N4. If you are recruiting for 18 months, they must be in possession of N6. You cannot do it vice versa. You cannot have someone with an N4 sitting on the 18 months placement. Colleagues, can we please mute? Further to this, we have your unemployed learner absorption. I think I touched bases with this on the presentation. Colleagues, absorption is a target of the CETA. Can we please mute, colleagues? Colleagues, can we please mute? Under the absorption, colleagues, I think I did state that it's going to be categorized on the advert. There's a clear indication. For all large entities, 150 plus is 35% absorption that we are expecting. Medium is 50 to 149, which is 25% that we're expecting. Small and special interest groups, we're expecting a minimum of 15% absorption, colleagues. That is our challenge to you as stakeholders. Submission notes, colleagues, I think we have touched bases. We have touched bases on the closing date. We have said that no hand-delivered applications will be taken in. We've said if their supporting documents are not all uploaded, it will lead to a disqualification without recourse. And we are saying it is important that awarded projects from the time of award should start within the 30 days. And we talked about the 4-phase evaluation process. And we further said that the grants should only be applied for by entities that wish to train learners and host at their host companies, and not by training providers sourcing business opportunities to offer their services. So this window is strictly for employers. If you are a service provider, a standalone service provider, your funding window is still to come, and it's not this one. Numbers of employed learners grants applied for may not exceed the number of employed persons listed in your WSP / the ATR. I think I talked about this. Don't apply for more than what you have. If you're applying for employed, make sure you have those number of employees under your company that you're applying for. Basics, ensuring ratios of mentors, principals allocated for learners. Interns, candidate attorneys, and furthermore are also required. So I think I'm not much clued up with the law section or the legal firm requirements, but from what I know, that a principal is not allowed to take on more than a specific number of candidates. I think if memory serves me well, if it has changed, I'm not sure, but the ratio was 1:5, meaning that if you have one principal, the maximum number of learners they can take on is 5. If you have 2 principals, you can take on 10. But do not have one principal and apply for 100. That is not possible. according to those ratios. So let us be mindful of that. With mentors and for other programs like your internships, it's also advisable to have a sufficient number to mentor the number of learners you've applied for. For example, you can be on a GSO program and you allocate one mentor to 200 learners. It's not possible. Are we saying that that one mentor is going to travel to all those different sites, checking up on all those learners when they are doing their notional hours or workplaces exposure? Let us be mindful of that, colleagues. Apologies. Further to that, colleagues, very important, SASITA reserves the right to conduct a due diligence for any applicant that they choose. Further to that, we're saying if you need assistance, please email the DG at the DG mailbox, which is dg@sasita.org.za. Please do not email anyone in the mandatory grants department. Please do not email people sitting in learner registration. Please do not email someone working in the finance department. Colleagues, we have a direct channel for people to send their queries so that we are able to have a record of the query and the response so that we are able to take accountability as a SETA. Please do not send emails to other departments or other individuals that are outside of the department, because that will delay your response or assistance that you need to receive. Sometimes that information does not get to us and you'll end up not being able to complete your application in time. We know that most people in this room are wearing multiple hats. They work as people who capture.
Tender procurement.
Colleagues, can you stay muted? We are saying that we have people who wear multiple hats. They submit the WSP, they submit discretionary grants, they capture learner information, they apply for accreditation, and they do a lot of things. That means you have access to different people within the SETA that are there for different roles. Please do not mix the roles. If you want to talk DG, talk to the grants department and you'll get the assistance in time. I just wanted to flag that so that we're on the same page. And colleagues, SASITA reserves the right to increase or decrease the number of spaces available. Further to this, SASITA reserves the right to not make any awards in respect of this advert, as it is at our discretion, colleagues. Colleagues, thank you. That is the end of my presentation for the advert. May I please just get 2 minutes just to catch my breath? Then I'll open up the floor for questions and answers. After we are done with that, we'll move directly into the demonstration so that we don't waste any more time, colleagues. I think the time now is 11:53. Can we start at 11:10? Just to get the questions in order so that we can answer them quickly. And colleagues, please note that
12 or 11.
Let's make it 12. Let's make it 12. 12 is fine. Let's make sure, colleagues, there's a lot of us in the session and we can only take so many questions. So let us keep the questions brief and to a minimum. And we can be able to proceed to the system demonstration because it's going to take a while, but I'll try and shorten it for you guys. Thank you.
Eish.
Good afternoon, stakeholders. I see it's 12:05. Apologies for that. Colleagues, we're going to take through a short round of questions regarding the presentation. Please, let's keep it brief so we can keep the 1 o'clock deadline. With a show of hands, colleagues, can we please raise our hands using the option on the Teams platform so that we can take note. I think I'll take, there's already 10 questions. Colleagues, let us make sure the questions are in relation to the presentation and nothing outside the presentation or regarding anything that's outside of the current window that we are here for. So I'll take 3 questions at a time. So once the 3 questions have been taken and answered, we'll move on to the next 3 people in that format up until we complete the questions, colleagues, so that we are able to move into the demonstration, because I'd like to believe that's the most important part of today's session. Colleagues, I'm just gonna take the names along with my colleagues. Let us please be patient. I think the first one is Mary. Mary. Then number 2, we have Lebohang. Name sounds familiar. Motobi. And number 3, I think we have Ronel. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to start with the first 3 names. We have Mary. Number 2, we have Lebohang Motobi, and we have Ronel Dutoit. Those are the first 3 I'm going to take. Mary, please take the platform. Ask your question.
Good day, colleagues. Thank you very much, Disetso. I have 3 questions.
3 questions. Okay, can you please speak louder?
Okay, am I louder enough now?
Yeah, just a bit. Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Okay, my question is related to law firms. I'm representing a law firm.
Okay.
So question number 1, I want to ask with regards to candidate attorneys. Before I register my law firm, I must have, okay, for example, with a principal can take up to 3 candidate attorneys, right?
Okay.
So before I register on SASITA, I must have registered those 3 candidate attorneys with the LPC.
Okay,
that's question number 1. Ne? And then question number 2, I wanted to ask with regards to law firms, do you have a threshold? Like, do you say we are going to take 20 law firms, 30 law firms? Or are you saying everyone who is a law firm that qualifies will be funded?
Okay.
And then question number 3, our law firm is new. We will be registering for the first time with this SASITA thingy. So, how do we pay for this skills development levies? And then by when? Also, how much is it? And is it too late to pay for those levies now? I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, perfect. I think, Mary, the first question you asked is that should you register the learners with the LPC before applying to SASITA? I'd like to think those are two separate processes and two separate entities, as much as we are partners. Remember, they are the custodian in that sector, and you need to abide by their rules. If they are saying that before enrolling learners onto a candidacy program, you should have registered with them first, I'd like to think that's what you need to do, so that you do not get into unnecessary trouble with them. So that's a separate, I think, conversation with the LPC from our side. But with regards to us, we fund learners that are purely in possession of an LLB, and that's the basic requirement that we require for you to enroll learners onto our program. One, make sure that they are unemployed and not employed already. So with regards to registration, I think that is something you need to take up with LPC, because if they have their own rules to say, whichever funding method you receive, should you take on learners as the authorities of the industry, then you should register them with us. Then you need to do that. But I would like to think you'd like to do it when you have already received a grant, so that you don't get affected in any way if there's any monetary information or value required. I think that should wrap it up for that one. So that's a requirement for LPC. We do not interfere with their requirements. However, we are partners in the program. So we are saying that if they need to be registered, please register them with them. And for our purposes, we just need to make sure that the learners meet the requirements of enrolling onto the program, as I have stated. I hope that answers that question. Question number 2, simple one. Is there a threshold to the awarding of candidate attorney learners? No, there isn't a threshold. If you remember, I spoke to issues of allocation on my presentation. It's based on various factors, like the numbers that are available to be allocated based on our APP target. In most occasions, we also look into issues of levy contribution, the size of the entity. But if we do have enough numbers, and the number of people that have met all the basic requirements are not maybe more than the numbers available, then everyone should get a share of the pie. That's our basic purpose. So no, we do not have a threshold. However, all we're putting on the table is that we do apply basic criteria in situations where we find that, for example, we have 2,000 law firms that have applied, and we only have maybe, let's say, 220 grants available. We can do the math that it would be a bit slightly impossible for us to allocate to everyone. Therefore, we apply criteria. Sometimes we also use criteria of rotation. If you have gotten in the last funding window, we do not give you in this funding window, we give to another person. And for that person, if they've applied for more than candidacy and other programs like bursaries, we do not allocate in that area, we allocate them under bursary. So we do a rotation of grants to answer that question. I hope that one is clear. The next one speaks to your new law firm, and you want to know, how do you pay skills development levies? Is it too late to pay them, and so forth? Issues of paying levies are related to the mandatory grants department. After this meeting, you're more than welcome to leave your contact details in the chat box and leave that question for us, so that we can connect you to the right department to assist you with issues of contribution of levies. One, if you're saying you're a new law firm, did you submit your WSP for the current financial year, or are you in the process of submitting it? Mary?
I don't even know what is WSP.
Yeah, correct. So I figured as much. Yeah, so for yourself, I would like to think the window is still open. It's very important for you to make sure that you visit SASITA if you're not too far. If you are too far, like I said, leave your information in the chat box. We will refer you to the mandatory grants department, which deals with the submission of your workplace skills plan for your institution. They'll also advise in terms of making sure that you know where to go for purposes of registering your entity with SETA 19, which is SASITA. So first, SARS needs to allocate you to a SETA based on the services that you offer. For example, you said you're a law firm, so SARS needs to allocate you to SETA 19, then you need to register with us, then submit a WSP. Then basically that gives you eligibility to apply for the funding window. Then once you have done all those ones, the levy contribution will come after that process. So I think it's very important that you visit the SETA, ask for anyone in the mandatory grants department, and they will happily assist. I think you still have time. Just make sure you do it urgently, Mary, for that one. Very important. Then you can come to me and we discuss issues of discretionary grant or to any of my team. Does that assist with your question?
Yeah, I think I will leave my details in the chat box and then, yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, perfect.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Lebohang Mutobi. Please ask your questions. Lebohang? Lebohang Mutobi. Please come through. Lebohang, are you there? Lebohang Mutobi? Okay, I think maybe Lebohang is having issues with the network. I'd like to think we will revisit her. Next, we have Ronelle Detroit. Please come through.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
Okay, super. Thank you for the presentation. I also have 3 questions. Just from a security perspective, we are security employer and skills developer. So I have a challenge with the 30 days we given from start or signing of the contract until the starting of the program. Because we both employer and skill developer, I need to make sure that all my learners are vetted properly, and that takes time. So if I, for instance, have 30 learners that I am applying for, and I find out in the second week that they, they failed their vetting because it does take time, it kind of makes it a challenge. Is it not possible to, because we have 4 months administration, that we can extend to 60 days? And then there's, and then from just to clarify on the notional hours, because I've had this problem before, where I work out my whole program for the GSO based on the notional hours, and then I get problems with SASITA saying my learners are supposed to be 21 days in class per month. And then the last question is, from the date of submission to us getting notifications, what's the possible timeline there? And that's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ronelle. I think the first one, I think your first 2 questions are more related to the implementation of the projects and not necessarily to the application, but I'll do my best to answer. I think the projects department would be in a better position to assist you with the answers. But the first one, I think you spoke to the 30-day signing of contracts. Remember that as a SETA, we operate under financial years, 12 months, and we are supposed to enter and complete certain programs within that specific financial year. The whole purpose of us adding the 30-day signing of the contract. Colleagues, can you stay muted? The whole purpose of us having the 30-day signing of the contract is to make sure that we are given enough time to commit the funds for the current financial year. So the 30 days is not for purposes of recruiting learners. It's for purposes of saying, SASITA has given you an offer, you need to accept the offer. We have not yet spoken about the learners and the vetting processes that you guys do on your side internally. So the 30 days specifically talks to just signing the contract. So we need to agree on a contract that says these are the milestones we're going to have. These are the milestone deadlines. These are the deliverables that we need you to meet within each of the milestones. So we're saying as a SETA, we're giving you 30 days to make sure that the process is concluded. Then after your contract is fully signed.
Sorry, Kisetso, can I interject?
Okay, Ms. Ahmed, please come through. I think you're the best
Yes.
person to answer
I
this.
just wanted to come in to say that the timelines are indeed shifted because we have a new board as a SETA, and they basically want a project to start within 30 days from the date of award. So the new way we're going to do things is we're going to give you 14 days to accept the award and to sign the contract, and thereafter you need to recruit your learners. Obviously, if like you're saying you have an issue where you need to vet the learners because you may need maybe a week or so extra, I'm not sure, then you can write a formal submission to say you need a week or 2 weeks because of 1, 2, 3. But recruiting the learners, remember when you apply for the grant, we under the impression that you have a pipeline of learners in the system that you want trained, whether it's unemployed or employed, because you can't apply for the grant and you don't have no idea of who you're going to train. And then only when you get awarded the grant, you're going to recruit, because we under pressure as a SETA to make sure that the funds we get are spent within a financial year. So it means training needs to start urgently once you have an award. So please don't apply for numbers that you don't have learners on, or that you don't have a pool of learners where you're going to recruit from that are readily available. I mean, a week delay or 2 weeks, I think is understandable. But sometimes we have people who, even after 2 months of awarding, they haven't started. Then we will revoke the award. Thanks.
Thanks, ma'am. That's clear.
All right. Thanks, Ms. Ahmed. Since you're there, I thought you were not there, ma'am. Since you're there, there was also a question asked around the notional hours. They're saying there's a clash between the number of days that the unemployed learners spend in the class. I would like to presume that's for stipend purposes, and the number of hours that they should be spending on site for notional hours. I think you can take that one as well.
Okay, if the person can just repeat what the issues are, because I thought you had answered, so I didn't get the details.
Now please come through.
Yes. Ms. Ahmed, what happened before is I created a learning plan or study plan for the GSO based on the notional hours. And then I got slightly slapped over the fingers because I was told then afterwards that the students are supposed to be in class for 21 days, the unemployed, to justify the stipend amount of 2.5.
Okay, so in terms of the notional hours, because it's a learnership, you have to have 30% in class and 70% at the workplace. So however you balance that between you and the skills development provider, it needs to have that balance. We need to see. When we come to verify the learner results, we will see that the notional hours are indeed met. So 3 months in class means that it's either they do 3 months straight in class and then they do the other 9 months at the workplace, or they can do 1 week in a month in class and the other 3 weeks at the workplace. So you just have to structure it how it suits your business best. But you can't compromise on the amount of time the learner must spend in class.
No, absolutely not. No, it was specifically based on 30%, and the self-study times as well, 30-40, and including self-study time to make it 100% of the notional hours.
Okay, self-study time can't be counted in the notional hours because remember the notional hours must be supervised.
Yes.
Yeah, so it means that the learner has to spend that full supervised time where they sign the register, or if you have a clocking system, an electronic clocking system where you have a printout from the system to show the learners was in class for that 3 months and they were in the workplace under the guidance of a mentor, and there's a logbook for the workplace experience for the remainder of the time.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ahmed. While you're there, Ms. Ahmed, I see that we are going to run out of time. We have 20 questions and they are growing. I'd like to maybe suggest that people write some of their questions in the chat box, because some of your questions might be things that can be quickly answered by my team in the chat box. If I'm going to answer 20 questions and each person has a minimum of 3, it means that we're going to be here the whole day. I'm just suggesting from my side, colleagues, that please write some of your questions in the chat box. I think I'll try and take 10 questions from the first 10, and the other remaining people from number 11. Please write your questions in the chat box, so that, colleagues, we do not hold the process at ransom, so that we are able to complete and touch bases with the system demonstration. Okay. Thank you for the answer, Ms. Ahmed. I think the last one refers to the turnaround time for submission of applications up until the time we award. The SETA strictly has the 90 days to receive from the closing date of the applications. We have 90 days to make sure we process all the applications up to a point that we can provide either feedback letters in the form of declined or award letters. I hope that answers the question, Ronel. Is that fine? Thank you. Moving ahead,
thanks.
colleagues. All right, thank you. Moving ahead, colleagues, we have Lindiwe. Please come through with your questions. Lindiwe.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Team,
Lindiwe.
how are you? How are you?
Right, and you?
I'm blessed. Thank you for asking. I just have one question, because the other one was answered in regards. The one question that I have is with regards to the levy. So can I also just put my name in the chat box, or do I just speak to you on email regarding that? Then the other one is Lasita Piri is newly accredited SDF with QCTO, but we have another company that's Workplace. Can we apply with both company documents? That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lindiwe. I'm going to need you to clarify the second question, but the first one for the levies, please drop your information in the chat box, and we'll redirect you to the mandatory grants department to assist you. Please repeat the second question. I did not quite get it.
So we've got two companies. One is SDF, and the other one is a workplace or employer.
Okay.
Right. So can we apply with both company documents as an SDF as well as an employer?
Okay, I think that's where you're losing me. And SDF is a skills development facilitator. It's not a company.
Sorry, no, a skills development provider, an SDP.
Okay, I see where you're going. I'll make a basic example. You have me as Disetso. I'm the employer registered with SETA 19. As I've submitted my WSP, let's say I'm contributing levies. I'm the main applicant to the funding window. Then I have company B, which is Zanele CC. She's the accredited service provider that's going to be taking the training. So what happens is that both parties are going to submit applications, documentation as per the advert, and are going to apply together in a partnership. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, you are allowed to do that. So make sure, even looking at the advert, I think I touch bases on the advert. On the advert, it's very clear. There are requirements for the employer, which is yourself. Then at the bottom, there are the requirements of the service provider if they are different from the employer. So each set, excuse me, each set of the two applicants has specific documentation they're supposed to attach. I think you'll see it when I do the system demonstration, that the system will ask you for both documents of the two individual parties. Then you apply in that format.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Have a blessed day. Bye.
Pleasure, Lindiwe. Thank you. Pumlani Tambo, please come through.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pumlani Tambo from Tlangoti Protection Service, the security company.
Okay.
The first thing is just a complaint. We applied for to get an approval as a workplace company. All was done, everything was submitted, but we have never received any feedback. It's been 7 months, I think. The the question was based on that delegation of authority that need to be signed. I didn't get that one proper. Who must sign it and I must sign it against who? I didn't get a clarity on that one. If you can go back to it and explain to me.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Phumlani, thank you for that. First one, as stated when I opened up the questions and answers, if it's not a question in relation to this current funding window, we will make another platform available for you to appeal for that specific workplace that you would have applied for. I would like to presume when you are talking about workplace, you're maybe talking about work integrated learning. Because there's two forms of it. There's the work experiential learning and there's the training related programs. Not sure which one you're asking about, but please leave your details in the chat box. Please write down the funding window. Okay, please. Colleagues, can you please stay muted?
Someone next to you has got the audio on, so that's why you've got a response.
Okay, I think apologies, colleagues, from that from our side. Further to that, please just make a note of the funding window that you are querying for that specific entity. Then I'll have my team look into it and they'll respond individually to you. So just for clarity for other colleagues, in the event that you have your hand raised to query a certain funding window, let us do that through the DG mailbox, and my team will attend to you regarding whichever questions or queries that you might have. Then for the second part, I'd like to think you spoke about the delegation of authority. The delegation of authority simply means that if you yourself are not the owner of the company and you're employed as the, maybe let's say for interest's sake, the SDF or the person responsible for applying for grants, then you need to get permission from the person who owns the institution to say that they are delegating the powers to yourself to apply on behalf of that institution for the discretionary grants, and that any communication in whatever format must come to you, especially in the form of that if you are registering as a new user. That means that in the system, when we talk about DGs, the only name, the only communication line that will be recognized will be of the person applying. So we've had situations whereby people are registered on the system and after a year they leave the company. Then when the company comes back to apply, the details of the old person is still on there. When you apply and we give out the grant, we address it to that person. When we have queries, we address it to that person. So that is just us making sure that we clean up the communication channels and that we are dealing with people that have the authority to apply on behalf of that company. I hope that answers the question, Mr. Phumlani. And also, please make sure it's signed. The delegation is signed. Does that answer your question,
sir? I'm covered.
Pleasure. Then after Phumlani, we have, the list is growing, Dawood Levant.
Hi there.
Hi, sir, how are you? I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to pass the mic to my colleague, Mr. Anil, as some of the questions fall under his scope.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Anil.
Warm greetings, everybody. Thank you all for this interesting and informative session. I appreciate it. I was listening to my colleague while I was busy with some other work. I've got some questions, and the main one is with the emphasis on the 4IR programs. And according to the SASITA rate that it's paid, it's NQF. I'll give you one example: a cloud administrator, NQF level 5, 24 up to 24,000 rand is the tuition fees on the learner. But before this, I've also been doing my research on these programs where people wanted to study it privately. And you know, with the few people that are accredited to do this, the training, the tuition fees it's starting like from 45,000 upwards. So how does the learner that's, even if it's an 18.2 learner who's unemployed, where does he get the balance to pull into? Because what SASITA is paying is like as NQF 24,000. That's my first question. The second question, it might be a stupid question, but somebody just asked me this, and I said, let me just confirm. They are studying this year, but they cannot afford to study. They're studying law next year. What type of bursary do you recommend or suggest that they can apply for? They're doing very well in their studies. I think it's the second year. So, but they won't be able to carry on for the third year and further as of now. Now, the situation doesn't change, but what kind of bursary they qualify for? And the third thing for me was the very important thing was that when I saw this advert, the last advert that you had and this one, and you still went back to all those legacy, I mean, the unit standard, the SASITA qualifications and their providers. I know because I did a lot of work at KZN. We spent a lot of money getting the QCTO accreditation, whether it's for VIP bodyguarding or for occupational skills from security officer and all those things. And the last funding window, you'll even focus, because remember, we couldn't get accredited for the past 2-3 years. It's only the providers that extended the accreditation. Okay, they're benefiting of all these things, but what about us where we couldn't get accredited? It was extended, whatever, and now, so when again, do you think we'll get more opportunities for occupational qualifications like security officer, security first line manager, all those occupational skills programs? Those are the things I'm talking about. So those are my 3 questions. Sir, thank you so much. Hello?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for those questions. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna make it quick for the questions because I think we're also gonna run out of time to do the system demonstration. I think the first question and the last question are somehow related because I would like to think you're asking around occupational qualifications and occupationally aligned skills programs, right? The first one you were asking about the rate for learnerships. That one I think is a simple one. On the DG policy, there are 2 sections. There's a section for the funding framework for learnerships. Then there's a section for funding framework for occupational qualifications, right? Now the legacy learnerships, we were funding them based off the NQF level. That's where you are finding the 26 or 24,000 that you are referring to. But occupational qualifications that are registered as learnerships, the funding is calculated differently. It's done per credit. And I'd like to think for cloud administrator, if you look at the funding that we have available, there's a substantial amount per credit that we offer. And from our market analysis and research, it should be within the right amount to fund. So I just think you need to revisit our policy, go under a funding framework, go under the learnership table after the stipends. You'll see there's a table there that's set aside for the funding framework for occupational qualifications. And if you do the math there, you'll see that the amounts per learner are quite different. Right?
My apologies, I missed that one.
Yeah, so just visit that part.
Thank you, sir, for the clarity.
All right, perfect. Yeah, then I'll answer the third question and come back to the second. The third question, I think you are asking when are we going to advertise your occupational skills programs that are related to SASITA as the quality partner. The short answer is that I think from an E2K perspective, I think the executive will come in. We are busy registering most of our occupational qualifications, if not all, with the QCTO. And if you look at the advert, the security officer, which comes in as the new GSO, is already there on the advert, and it's registered with QCTO, and it's implementable. I think you'll also see there we had your close protection, which is now called bodyguards, which is also an occupational skills program. So indeed, we are moving in that direction to make sure that we transition into the occupational program route, and we're going to be leaving the legacy qualifications behind soon, as soon as June, based on the QCTO assumption. So yes, we are moving in that direction, and you'll be seeing more of those programs on there, which means that the employers and service providers should make means to make sure that they get accredited with the QCTO.
Okay. No,
does that answer the question?
to the T, everything.
Right,
There's
okay.
just one more about somebody that's studying law the second year, they can't afford to go to the third year, but they're doing well. So can they apply for a bursary or something to complete the law studies?
Are they unemployed?
No, they're just a student at the moment.
Yes, I'm asking,
Yeah,
are they
apply for-
employed or unemployed?
No, unemployed. They're studying, but they want a bursary to study next year because they can't afford the studies next year.
Okay,
I'm just
so
finding
we
out.
do have, SASITA does advertise unemployed bursaries. At the current moment, we don't have a funding window open, but if there is a funding window that's going to be perhaps coming up in the 2026 financial year, they're more than welcome to apply, whether they are first year, second year, or third year. That they are more than welcome to apply through that process. So just keep your eyes on the website for the next coming financial year. If there are bursaries advertised, then they are more than welcome to apply. That's how they'll get the funding from the SETA.
Thank you so much.
Chiseta,
My
if I
pleasure,
can
sir.
also add, I think for the current academic year, we've our applications closed already in January, at the end of January. So there wouldn't be anything further for unemployed bursaries advertised for this year.
Okay, no.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay,
Thanks.
no problem. I'll catch it next year.
Okay, now on the chat.
Thank you.
But I told you give the briefing.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ahmed. Colleagues, I think we're going to be running out of time soon. I'm going to take the last two people in the same order that the hands were raised up. Colleagues, I'm not dismissing any other, all the other questions. I'm just requesting for you to type it in the mailbox so that my colleagues can attend to it so that we keep the program moving. Should we have time at the end, I'll revisit that section again, colleagues. Apologies for that. The next person is Vuisile Mpela. Please come through. Vuisile?
Who's supposed to book the venue? Oh.
Colleagues, please mute. Vuisile, please come through. Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question. Can you hear me? Yes, I can, sir. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I just wanted some clarity on our side here. So we are an employer registered with SARS SDL, and we are also accredited with QCTO for security officer, of which we have seen that you also include the security officers as well. So my question was, as we are also accredited to provide security services and an employer at the same time, does it mean we don't need to apply with another company? Is that enough eligible for us to apply? Yes, sir, that's correct. That means in this case, you're wearing two hats. You're the employer and the accredited service provider. Yes, you are able to apply in that fashion. Most people, in fact, apply in that fashion. It's only employers that are not accredited for certain programs that source their own service provider to come in and apply along with them. So you're more than welcome to apply in your capacity as the employer and as the accredited service provider. Just make sure you attach the documents that are required for both of the two different roles. For example, the service provider, you need to provide your accreditation. If, for example, you're applying for, I'll just make an example, firearm training, then you should produce your accreditation for firearm training along with the PFTC documentation that is required, just as an example. So yes, you are allowed to apply in your own capacity as the employer and service provider. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Pleasure, sir. The next question, I'm hoping I captured it correctly. Butle, please come in.
Good day, colleagues.
Good day.
I have one question. I'm not sure if whether the issue is on our side or the system is experiencing difficulties. when we attempt to proceed with the application, I've already registered, but the problem is when we try to proceed with the application, the option requiring us to indicate on whose behalf we are applying for, it continues to display select. It doesn't show us where we're supposed to write the name of the candidate. And also the organization field, it also does not provide any selectable options. May you please kindly advise on how to proceed on that case?
Thank you, Butle. Your question is more related to the system. I'd like to think it was going to be answered by the demonstration, but just to give a high-level answer, if you are applying as a new user, right, one needs to first open or register an account in the capacity of an individual that's delegated to do so on behalf of the company. Once you've done that part, you have a profile with the SETA. After you get that profile, you now need to link your profile to an existing employer that is already on the database of the mandatory grant section, right? Meaning that you registered with SETA 19, submitted your WSP, right? That is why that information is not populating yet onto your profile, because we need to approve your request to link yourself to an organization first. That's when you'll have access to apply. So that will be answered through the demonstration. Is that fine?
Yes, thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure, ma'am. Colleagues, I'm going to take the last two people so that we can move on. Time is not on our side. Colleagues, please type in the chat box so that we can also attend to your questions. Unbeatable Group.
Good day, colleagues and youth there.
Yes,
I have few questions here regarding onboarding the NGO or NPO on my profile. What are the requirements? What SETA should they belong to as they are currently doing the trainings of security? And the other one, or the second one, is on the previous DG regarding the CK document, because I was rejected because of the CK that I was submitted. I mean, I submitted on the 17th before the briefing session. And then the last one, let me see the last one. Yeah, I think those are the two questions that I have. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Unbeatable. Colleagues, just to briefly remind ourselves in terms of what was said, if there are questions relating to any of the other funding windows that is not specific to this funding window, maybe please write into the DG mailbox. In the event that you've received an appeal, which I think you might have, please appeal or use the process for appeal, and you will get an answer from the SETA. Just to give you basic clarity, I emphasized when looking at the funding window that the requirements of each funding window are different and they will change based on legislation or internal information. For example, the last funding window had a simple requirement where one was supposed to submit a CK document that was printed before a certain date. I can tell you most people submitted CKs that were printed before the date. It's not a matter of when you submitted it, it's a matter of when the document was printed. The CK document has a date right at the top. If you print it today, it will show a date of today. If you print it next week Friday, it will show a date of next week Friday. So if there is a requirement that is specific to say, submit a CK document, make sure that it's printed. Let's say for an example, this is just an example, colleagues. Let's say the requirement says that the CK must be printed nothing before the 15th or not before the 15th of March. If you submit a CK printed on the 30th of January 2026 automatically that document is not meeting the requirement of the advert. So we had a lot of those. I just wanted to make an example of that. But for yourself, Unbeatable, if you want to appeal the process to get more clarity, please use the appeals process. There's a dedicated mailbox. I think it's dgappeals@sasita.org.za. You can send an email, a formal email to that mailbox, and you'll get a formal response from the SETA. The other question speaks to which SETA should your NPO that you are applying on behalf belong to. Remember, NPOs, CBOs, NLPs, cooperatives that are special interest groups might not necessarily belong or be required to register with any SETA. So we do not look at which SETA you report to, because I would like to think most do not report to any. We are saying if you are applying in that capacity, that means you have a different channel to apply on this funding window, which will be briefly shown on the system demonstration. But you are supposed to create a new organization on the system, and the documentation that is required for one to be approved and to get a company created through that process, provided that you meet the criteria of being an NPO, CBO, or NLP, will be provided on the system. The system has a list of documents that you must attach before you get approval into the system. As well as the funding window, there are requests that are there are requirements that are listed on the actual advert that's talked to specifically those category of employers or institutions that we're inviting for the funding window. I think that should sufficiently answer your question, Unbeatable, and the system demonstration will highlight some of those things that I'm talking about. Are we good?
Yeah, I think I will wait for the system demonstration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Last person, colleagues, Jabulani Nkosi. Jabulani Nkosi, please come through.
Good evening, good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon, sir.
Thank you for the time and the opportunity to ask the question, but most of the questions that I was to ask are covered. I have only one question to ask in terms of partnership perspective. Is it maybe the partnership is allowed for the NPOs and the service provider, or only the private companies and the service providers? That's my question. That's my only question, because most of the question that was to ask with this one, I'm covered with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nkosi. Yes, any main applicant applying along with the accredited service provider is allowed to apply, provided that each of them is clear on the roles and responsibilities that they need to perform. So the employer is the main applicant, the person who's eligible. The service provider is the person who will be coming in to offer the training and should be accredited. So yes, you can apply together as an employer and an accredited service provider. So hope that answers your question. All right, colleagues, moving ahead, colleagues. As I've stated, please type your questions in the chat box so that the other colleagues can assist you with an answer. Colleagues, as I said, I'm not suppressing your questions. I'm looking at the time. It's already almost 1 o'clock. The questions are taking more time than we expected, and we need to make sure at least we get through the system demonstration for purposes of this presentation. So colleagues, please lower your hands and make sure you type in the chat box so that my colleagues can answer your questions while I'm going through the system demonstration.
Iseto, if you are speaking, we can't hear you.
Apologies, ma'am. I'm just locating my system so that I can display it.
No.
There we go. Perfect. Apologies, colleagues. I was just making sure that I locate this my system. Let me just remove this as well so that we are able to go. All right. I'm sure everyone can see my screen. Colleagues, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Please
Yes,
go
you are.
ahead.
Thank you. Colleagues, without any further ado, let's jump right into the system so that we try and keep it short so that we are able to finish early. Colleagues, as I had said, you will be applying online through the IMS system that the SETA is using to collect its data from. Just wanted to make a quick example in terms of locating the advert. I know this might seem as something that is not needed, but I can assure you I get a lot of questions from people saying they can't locate the advert on the system and all those things. So I just need to just show you how to get to the SASITA page. It's as simple as that. Please make sure you type it in full. Once you get onto there, you're going to find a banner. There's your banner. Click anywhere on that banner, colleagues. It will take you into the page where it will refer you to all the information that you require. There's the advert header at the top. When you scroll down, the funding window briefing session, we have links attached right at the bottom there for you to join the two sessions. One is the 24th, which is today. The next one is the 30th of March. And if you scroll back up, you have the funding window advert that I displayed that you are able to download from here. You have your discretionary grant policy version 13 that you can download. You have your list of your occupations in high demand. You can download from here. Apologies. Then you also have your stakeholder application portal. So in order to get to this page where you are going to sign in or register, you're going to click on Open Portal, then it will take you directly to this page. I hope that is clear, colleagues. I was just doing that for the benefit of those that have never used the system or have never applied for grants. Colleagues, when you get to this landing page, there are two things. It's not the first time we're advertising on this system. So there are people who already have existing accounts or they are existing users. For those that are not new to the process, please do not try and re-register. All you have to do is to sign in and apply for grants. You don't need to link yourself to the same organization you applied for. All you have to do is to log in and apply. Apologies, colleagues. All you have to do is to log in and to apply. For all the new people that are coming in as first-time entrances, they don't have existing profiles, they've never registered on the system. This is where you come to register your account. One, bring your unique username, which is your email address from our side. And you're also going to have to, at some point, prepare a password. So, colleagues, just to show you a basic example, this one is for the guys that are registering as new people. You're going to come to the top right-hand corner to register. Pretty simple. It's a very quick process. May I advise that I know a lot of companies are currently using what we call group emails. I would like to just make sure that we choose another alternative. because it means that group emails do not belong to a specific person. They belong to, in fact, everyone has access to that same email. And sometimes it poses a bit of a challenge when trying to register or open a profile. So I'd advise that you use your own work email and not a group email, because a group email might be used for different purposes. One might be using it as an SDF to submit WSPs. One might be using it to submit a DG application. Someone might be using it to do E2QA related things. So it tends to give a problem in terms of maybe getting some sort of an error message saying that the profile already exists. So the profile will become existent already purely because the email address has already been utilized. So I'm just putting that out there for the new guys. Please make sure you use an independent email address that is specifically for yourself under the company. Very important. So colleagues, for those that are registering as new people, you're going to first create your own account. Basic information, you come in and fill in your name, surname, that unique email address, and the registration type, very important. Colleagues, this process is discretionary grants. You're going to come in and click on discretionary grant stakeholder and nothing else. The other below functions are for other departments. Specifically for discretionary grants, you come and click on discretionary grants stakeholder. So that's what you are supposed to click on in order for you to select the right function. Furthermore, you're also going to be required to select your ID type, whether be it a South African ID, passport number, or refugee ID. Then we also have a basic verification code at the bottom, just to authenticate that it's an actual human being that's coming into the system. Colleagues. So that's how basic this function is, colleagues. Once you do that, it will take you to the other side where you need to actually fill in more personal information from your side. So I'm just going to use a dummy account from my side so that we're able to see how it looks like from internal. So once you register that site as a new account, it will take you to this page where it will ask you to update your profile. This is where you're going to come in and fill in further personal information that is required, maybe the actual cell phone number, the physical address of that person, and the address for the postal. So in most cases, this is the address of the person applying. This is your information as an individual, right, colleagues? Once this information is done and you click on update, it will update the information for you, colleagues. That's how basic registering your profile is. So even if I were to sign out again, just to show you how this process is basic. Let me do that again. Just to show you something simple, maybe I'll just put in dummy information so that you just understand how easy it is to register on the system. I'm just going to put some information on here so that you guys are able to follow through. As I said before, DG stakeholder capturer, and just going to use, let's do this, South African ID. I'm just going to take one. I'm just going to try this one, and I'm going to punch in the code just to authenticate that I am indeed a human being. Okay. Let's see, right? So it wants an actual email address, just to show you that the controls are working properly. So there's our dummy email address. BSYT2JZ. Okay. Even the ID is incorrect. Unfortunately, I can't use mine. I just need to generate one so that I can just show you how it looks from that side, colleagues. I'm just going to stop sharing 1 second so I can generate a random ID that I can use for purposes of that exercise. But this is basically the system showing you that the controls are actually working, to show you that if you input information that is not correct, the system will automatically tell you that the actual ID is not correct. Okay, I just generated one number. I'm just going to reshare quickly so that you are able to see what I'm referring to. Okay, there we go. There's my ID that I'm going to use. So that's 2x4p. Perfect. Okay, there we go. So automatically, the system is going to send you an invitation, what we call an invitation. And the invitation will look like this, colleagues. This is how the invitation will come to you. Oh, sorry, I think that's not the correct email. There we are. There we go. So the invitation will look like this. It will say portal invitation code, and it will be coming from the admin from IMS at SASITA, and it will give you a link. Once you click on the link, colleagues, it will take you to this page, and it will tell you to sign up with an invitation code. Remember, this is strictly for people that have never had an account. You're not going to click that I have an existing account because you're new to the process. You're just going to click on register. And once you click on register, colleagues, it's going to display the email address that you inputted from the start. Then you're going to be required to set up your password, and just to confirm your password. Once you click on register, colleagues, it means that your application for a user is done. It will then push you back to this page that I was showing you. I'm just going to show you using my dummy account. So once the system has sent that password to you, that's when you get to this phase, which is your profile. This is where you'll get to update information if you have any information outstanding from the previous steps. And once you're done, you're going to click on update if you want to update any sort of information. Automatically, that's how you create your profile. So that is done and dusted. I hope that is quite clear and simple. Should be straight to the point. After you're done with that, colleagues, once you log in, remember, you're no longer regarded as a new user, right? This will apply to both people who already have accounts and to people that have newly registered accounts. So, colleagues, can you please mute? Colleagues, can we please mute? Okay, thank you.
Hi, sorry, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Apologies, colleagues. When stakeholders are unmuted, there are people in the background who try and mute those people if they can't hear us, and I end up being muted because I can't see the screen because I'm projecting. My apologies for that. Colleagues, I was saying, once you're in the system, this is the page that you're going to see. And once you're in the system, the first thing you do, you're going to click on discretionary grants, right? Now I'm just going to go back one step so that I don't lose you guys. The people that are not new and have applied before, when you come to this stage, all you're going to do is to come and apply for that funding window, meaning you're going to go directly to funding applications, and you're going to open a new application. You're going to select the available funding window, and you're going to put through an application. In the event that that person that is not applying for the first time, apologies, is now representing another organization on top of the organizations that they're already attached to, then you can go and link yourself to an organization. But if you're still applying on behalf of that same organization in the previous funding window, all you have to do is to come here to funding applications, click on there, and you go and you put in your new application, right? That applies to people that are not applying for the first time and do not need to link themselves to organization. Quick and dusted. The second option, those people that have just created your user account that are new to the system. Now you've registered a profile in your own capacity. Once you're done with registering that profile, now you need to link yourself to an organization that you must apply on behalf of. This is where you come in and you link yourself to an organization. You click on link organization. And what you're going to do, you're going to link yourself to that organization that you're applying on behalf of. To the gentleman that was asking about the delegation of authority, this is where you're going to need the delegation of authority, sir, to say, now you're going to put in a request. You have a user profile as an individual. Now you must link yourself to a company that you're applying on behalf of. When you come to this section, when you have clicked on link organization, it's clear here. It says search for the organization using the SDL number, right? If you're representing that organization, it means that you must already have the SDL, especially if they are part of the mandatory grants database already. So when you search here, you can only use the levy number because it's the most unique identifier. For purposes of this exercise, this is my dummy organization. I used my levy number to find it because that's the company I'm going to represent. Click on next. Once you get to next, it will require you to select certain information. I remember right at the start, there's a lady saying they could not see their organizational details as yet. And I had said to them, I think it is the issue of them not being linked to a company. They only have a user profile. Now, linking your organization is where you link yourself to that company. And after you've done that, that's when you'll get access to that institution for purposes of applying. So for this purpose, colleagues, you'll see on the left-hand side, my details are already pre-filled because this is my dummy organization. But for purposes of an example, I'm going to select the legal sector employer. Colleagues, very important note, please make sure you select the right organizational type. Please do not make a mistake of selecting an incorrect organizational type because the documentation that the system is going to pre-populate for you when applying is based on your organizational type. If you are a law firm, click on legal sector. If you are a private security employer, click on private security employer, right? And you must make sure you pick the organizational type that is matching the people invited on this advert. And the people invited on this advert are your private security employers, your legal sector employers, your private correctional employers, NGOs, CBOs, and NLPs. No training providers, no public training institutions, no organized employers, no, what's this term I'm looking for? Any skills development provider is invited. Make sure you choose the right term. People make a lot of mistakes. You know for a fact you're an employer, but you select training provider. That's not the correct organizational type. The organizational type is of the main applicant. The person applying should be an employer, either in the legal sector, private sector, private correctional sector, or an NGO, CBO, NLP, or a cooperative. No service providers allowed. If you automatically click service provider here, then internally we're going to decline your application to link yourself to an institution. So for purposes of this exercise, mine is a law firm, so I'm going to click on legal sector employer. I'm going to go to next. And on this side, I'm just going to show you how it looks. On this side, because you're linking your organization, it will request certain documentation of that organization. One, you'll have to submit your registration documents, which is your CIPC. you'll have to submit your delegation of authority to show that you have permission to apply on behalf of this company. And you're supposed to submit an ID document or passport, doesn't need to be certified, to identify that you are the correct person that is matching that delegation of authority. After you're done with that, colleagues, once you click on submit, it will come to SASITA, and we have a 2 days turnaround time to approve your request to be linked to a
So
company.
if it's my company, I must still sign delegation of authority.
Before I answer, ma'am, we are going to open up for questions right at the end, so that everyone has an equal fair chance to ask the questions. But just to answer your question, ma'am, yes, we need a delegation from yourself. It can read that I am so-and-so, the owner of this company, and I will be the person solely applying on behalf of this company. We just need to identify that whoever the person is, indeed has the authority to do so. If you're the CEO, you'll sign CEO, or you'll sign board at the bottom to say that you're applying in your own capacity as the CEO and the owner of the company. Yes, it is required. That's the short and sweet answer, ma'am. Thank you. Furthermore, colleagues, you're going to submit this request. We have a 2-day turnaround time just to approve it. Please make sure you submit all the relevant documentation to make sure that process is seamless. So for purposes of this, colleagues, I was just showing you where you come in to do that. And once you submit, it will take you back to this page. You'll see your request appearing here at the bottom. It's either going to write submitted if you've submitted it. It's either going to write approved once SASITA has done its internal process. This is where you come and check. So for all those SDFs and all those people that are representing multiple companies, it means what I've shown you now, if you're representing 10 companies, you're going to do it 10 times. If you are representing 6 companies, you're going to do it 6 times, up until each of the requests for each of the company is approved by the SETA. Then once that is approved by the SETA, you go back to discretionary grant. Under my approved organizations here, I'm showing you with my profile, it will appear here. So if you have 10 organizations that we have approved under your profile as an individual, they will all appear here, and you will have the rights to apply on behalf of all those companies. I hope that's clear, colleagues, from my side. Furthermore, there's a gentleman that asked a question regarding the people that are known to be NGOs, CBOs, NLPs, and cooperatives. We all know that those people are not permitted to be submitting WSPs. They are not permitted to be registered with any SETA of any sort, purely because of their organizational type and the fact that they might not have a specific sector that they operate in. So those people that are fitting that description of NGOs, CBOs, and NLPs are going to come and create a new organization request. So all NGOs, CBOs, NLPs, and cooperatives are not going to link themselves to an organization. They are coming to create an organization, one, purely because you do not belong to a specific sector, SETA, and you are not part of the mandatory grants database, meaning you don't submit a WSP, you're not registered with SETA 19. This is where you come to create your organization. For those that have already created their organizations in the previous funding window, you're not going to come and redo it. You're just going to come in and go to funding window application and apply because the organization is already there. For those that are coming in as new entrances, you've just created a profile. You want to add your company because it's a special private sector interest group. This is where you come in and you're going to click on organization, right? Once you click on organization, it's the same route as linking your organization. You're going to create a new organization. If you click on there as an example, you're going to find your new organization that is here. Here, you don't use an SDL. You come and select the funding window that you're applying for. Just going to make it an example. Then you have all this company information that what you need to fill in to make sure that we have your company's information. If you try skipping this step, then you should know this is not going to be allowed by the system. I'm just going to try and get you a basic information from here so that you're able to see how it looks when one applies under this section. I just want to show you an example of this one. So essentially, what I'm proposing is that you need to fill in this section, all of it. Let me just fill it in for everyone so that at least they see the next step. I see the questions are popping up in the next step. I'm wondering if I should not open them as I go. I'm worried that we might at some point be dragging the session too long. And I don't want it to be too long, because if it's too long, it means that people are going to lose concentration at some point and miss the important elements of what we are doing. But let me keep it the way it is, so that when people ask, I can just go back and refer to certain sections. All right, colleagues, I'm just going to fill in any information on here, and I'm not saying people must do the same. Please fill in valid information. This is me just selecting information for purposes of showing you how to get from one step to another. If you take information that does not correlate, the system will reject it. So essentially, colleagues, this is me putting in my information, 693, to make sure that at least we're able to actually get an application through. So SASITA, just going to use SASITA DG test as an example, just to have an email address that we can use as an example. This is a dummy email address. You go to the next step, colleagues. Should be very simple. When you get here to the gentleman from, if memory serves me well, Unbeatable, you are asking what are the requirements of an NPO. These are some of the requirements that we are looking for when you are applying for a specific institution. So these are the documents you'll need to attach so that we create an organization on your behalf, because like I said before, you are not a private security employer within our sector. So that's why you fill in the information. Same way, if you remember on that side, once you've submitted it, it will show up here. For example, I created and I didn't submit. Once you click on submit after you've attached all the required documents, it will come to us internally. 2 days turnaround time, we approve it and we move. Colleagues, I think that is clear. I think that is clear. Let me do this for that first step, which is, I think, the most vital step for the purposes of this exercise. Are colleagues on the same page? Mr. Unbeatable, are we on the same page?
Yeah, we are on the same page, but I'm a bit lost on the what you call the linking and onboarding the organization. Do we link or create new?
It depends what you're trying to do. I get it, for example, just from the looks of your company name, Unbeatable, you already have a profile as an individual and you are linked already to Unbeatable. If you're applying on behalf of Unbeatable, there's no need to link yourself again. You just go into your profile, click on discretionary grants, click on applications, and create a new application. There's nothing for you to do with Unbeatable. It's done already in the previous funding window. But if you, as an individual, you're now going to represent Maloka Company CC, and Maloka Company CC is a private sector employer, then you must link yourself to Maloka, get his SDL, get the delegation of authority along with the required documents, CIPC, and your basic ID. You go and click on link, create a new request, fill in all the information, attach those 3 documents. After 2 days, SASITA will approve. And once it's approved, then you can come and apply on behalf of that organization. Example number 2, that organization that you are applying on behalf of, the new one, is an NPO and is not a private sector employer and is not submitting a WSP. They are a special private interest group, which means they are NGO, CBO, NLP, or cooperative. Now you don't link those people, because if you try linking them, you won't find them when searching using an SDL because they are not part of our database, because they are not submitting WSPs and registered with CETA 19. That's where you go and create a new organization. Only if they fit the organizational type of an NGO, CBO, NLP, or cooperative do you create a new organization. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, it's clear now. I understand. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Colleagues, just to add something quickly, please let us not try and use the new organization, for lack of a better word, as a backdoor to bypassing the WSP submission rule. It will not work because everything will come internally to us to approve. I'll give an example. I had a lot of private security employers trying to create a new organization. It won't work because you already existing on the system. I will decline your request and ask you through the comments to go and link your organization. If you apply and try and create a new organization for a law firm and you are existing on the system, the same thing will apply. So let us not use that channel. Only use that channel if your organizational type is a private sector special interest group. NGO, CBO, NLB, cooperative, and that should be it. Other colleagues, I see about 6 hands. Colleagues, I hope they are not hard questions. I see Jam. Attorneys, please come through quickly.
Good day, sir.
Good day, sir.
Yes, we mistakenly created the profile under training and development provider. Our question is how can we amend that profile, or maybe how can we get assistance to delete that profile?
When did you do it?
I think it was last week.
Oh, that's perfect. It means no one has approved your request, right? So that means we're going to decline your request and you do a new one and you choose the right organization.
Thank
So
you
we'll
very
decline
much.
it.
I've sent an email in that regard to DG@SACETA.
Yeah, so just go back on the system, create a new request, then that old one we will decline from our side.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. I think I also see Ntokozo. Please come through. Ntokozo. Okay, I'll just Morris, please come in.
Afternoon, colleagues.
Afternoon, sir.
I just want to check something here. In connection with NGO and NPO, I just want to check to confirm with me, sir. Is it possible that the institution must have the constitutional on their constitution? It has to be aligned with SACETA, or even if the NGO, their constitution is not aligned with SACETA, it won't be a problem. Because there are this instant where other sitters, even though you are an NGO, NPO, the constitution, it must actually talk about that particular sitter in order for you to be given an opportunity to get a training, something like that. That's what I'm trying to explain here.
All right, thank you, sir. Just as a quick answer, that's why I mentioned at the start that the private interest groups don't belong to a specific sector. Most of them operate in multiple sectors. So I'd like to think, I don't know how other sitters do it, but most of the NGO, CBOs and cooperatives deal with a range of things, and they are not necessarily allocated to a specific sitter, which allows them to apply if invited at any sitter. So with us, there's nothing to do with the constitution on our side that you have to provide. We're inviting all NGO, CBOs and NLPs to apply for this funding window. So remember, someone can operate in the private sector, security industry, or safety industry in any way. You could find a community-based institution assisting the rehabilitation of offenders. I'm just giving an example. Those people came out of jail, they don't have a skill, and you choose to apply for patrol officer in partnership, let's say, with a greater private security employer. that person is applying for a program directed at things that are within our sector. So you don't have to be in our sector per se, but the initiatives that we put up are within our sector. And if the beneficiaries will be aligned to that sort of sector and you're an NGO trying to get into that sector, you're more than welcome to apply. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Okay, second question, sir. Sorry, maybe. I just want to know, and then since let's take I'm going to be used as an SDF through assisting let's take an organization, I have to have what we call it's an appointment letter with that particular NGO to say, yes, I'll be the person representative that is going to be doing this application through that NGO. And then lastly, I just want to check with the link that the company, let's take, we don't have, we have to link with a service provider that offers the qualification. For instance, let's take it's paralegal. I'm just making an example. We have to have sort of like MOU with that particular institution as well, even though we are NGO, to say, yes, we're going to get a partnership. Once we are given a grant, then these people, they will be training our people, unemployed youth. Let's take for an example. So that's what I want to get a clarity on that, so that when we do, we don't omit any things that it should be part of the requirement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. Colleagues, apologies. I'm going to cut the question after these two so that we can continue. I'll open it up at the end as well. Apologies to the colleagues that have raised their hands. I see the line is getting very long and we don't want to get to a position where we don't finish the demonstration. Please don't forget those questions. If you can, type them in the chat box. If you can't, please wait for me to finish. Then we can quickly cover them and I can give you a very sharp, quick answer. Just to answer you, Maurice, one, the SDF appointment is for purposes of mandatory grants. And SDF and our system submits this, what you call the mandatory grants, which is the WSP. What we do with SDFs that are already existing on the system, we automatically grant them the function of DGs, so they don't have to reopen another profile because it will clash. So all SDFs that already have an account that were in existence when this system was launched would automatically have the DG profile attached to the user account. So automatically in this section, if you are not an SDF and you're applying solely as a DG stakeholder capturer, you need a delegation of authority to be attached to your request after you've opened your profile, Mr. Maurice. I hope that covers that portion. Then with regards to partnering with a service provider, we do not link service providers at that step. We're linking a user account, your account, to the main applicant, the employer. That's what we're linking. The service provider you're going to attach when you do your actual application. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Maloka, a moment, please. With regard to that question of mine, when I try to log in, it says the ID number is already in use, so I can't make another profile.
Yeah, I see. Who am I talking to?
Jem Atinis, sorry. That question of profile created under skills and training provider, development provider.
You see, let's get it right. You're not registering a user account. I agree, you already have a user account.
Yes.
You're making a request to link to another organization. Don't re-register yourself as a user. There are two steps. You create an account as a user, right?
Yes.
And after you create an account, you link yourself to that company you're applying on behalf of. Do you have a user account?
Yes, that was created under training and development provider, mistakenly so.
You're not listening, sir. I'm saying you as an individual have a user account. Do you have a user account? Leave the organization out.
No, I don't have it. No, I don't have it.
Then how are you trying to link if you don't have a user account?
We created a profile for company's profile.
You can't create a company's profile before a user profile. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, I understand.
I get it, me as this said. So if you remember, let me show you with me. Remember this name here is my profile. I created my profile. So I want to know the person that's logging into the system. What's their name?
Hello, ma'am. Hey, again.
Jam Martinez. It's Jam Martinez.
Okay, Jam Martinez, let's please leave your question in the mailbox. I'll have one of my admins come and assist you. I think maybe we're not finding each other because I see where the mistake is. Maybe you're not following, but I'll get someone to quickly assist you after the presentation. Please drop your information in there, Jam Attorneys. Ne? All right. Thank you, Jam Attorneys. Colleagues, without suppressing any more questions, I just need to jump back into the system. Remember, colleagues, if we've created a new organization, a new user account, and it's our first time, once we are done with that, we request to be linked to an organization. You link only if the employer is already part of SASITA and is submitting a WSP. You link them. If you're applying on behalf of a new organization that is an NGO, CBO, or NLP, then you create an organization. SASITA will approve within 2 days. Then you can come back to applying. After those two processes are done, or either of the two, you come back here, colleagues. Then you're going to click on funding window applications, right? For private and public sector. That's where you go to find the section to apply. Colleagues, this is where you create your new application. So if you look on here, this is the dummy application that I created under my company, but you're going to come and say new application, right? You see, it shows my name as the owner of the account, the user account. The funding window that's available currently is 2026-2027 private sector funding window. After you've linked your organization and your organization is approved, when you click on the drop down that says applying on behalf of, the company that was approved under your name will be here. This is where, colleagues, you go and you click on the company that has been approved on your behalf. Remember, everyone that has applied before and is still applying on behalf of the same company, please do not try to link yourself to the same organization again. Just come through and apply. All right, so this is my company. Once I put in the name here, my organizational details will pre-fill at the bottom. I go to create application. There we go. After I created my application, it will appear right here, colleagues. You see there at the top, it says 2026 private sector. And here's the name of the organization. My application is in created status. I have not submitted as yet. 2 ways to go into your application. Click on the link of the reference number, or you can use the green button on the side. But the fastest way is to click on the DG application number. It's a link that will take you to the next step. Colleagues, I clicked on there. The first step of your 6 steps that you're going to be pre-filling in, the first step talks to the skills development provider. We got a lot of questions around here. Colleagues, the first step, again, you've created a user profile. You've linked yourself to an employer. Now you're putting in an application. Now the application information wants to know, as an employer, are you going to be doing the training on your own, or are you going to be partnering with an accredited service provider? This is where you add your service provider. I hope we're on the same page, colleagues. You are supposed to add your service provider here. If I'm going to be applying as an employer along with TT Holdings as my service provider, right? And I'm going to be the employer and they are going to be the service provider. I'm going to put in that information on here, right? Let's say SASITA. So we're on the same page. Then the main applicant, you see it's clear that the main applicant is Vision Wave. All right, so this is where you capture your service provider. Now I go to next. On my service provider information, they're going to require you to attach documents of the service provider, right? Here you're going to need your basic documents as per what the system requires. So on here, colleagues, I'm just going to attach test documents so that we are able to go past the process, but you are supposed to make sure you attach correct documentation. If you try skipping, apologies. If you try skipping this step, system will not allow you to go through. So I'm just going to attach the other one. Let's say, for example, I'm going to attach this one as well as one of the documents.
If you don't need a service provider, can it skip?
No, don't skip. Attach the documents as required here. At least capture your name and the required documents. I'll show you why you need to capture yourself. Remember, I said if you're an employer and a service provider at the same time, it means your name will appear under both the roles, right? So here you're going to come and attach your name as well. I'll show you the reason why you're supposed to do that. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to proceed on the next step. So if I'm the employer and service provider, and I want to apply for what you call a training-related program. Let me just finish my example. If you're an employer trying to apply for a training-related program, right? Just going to finish, so I add a service provider. And you know you want to apply for training-related programs. If you skip this step, when you get to the next step, apologies, you're going to be unable to add a service provider to the program you're applying for, right? Very important. Then if you're an employer, for example, a law firm that is not interested in training-related programs, you just want your candidate attorney placement or you want your internship or employed bursaries, you're going to come here and skip this step because you don't need a service provider, because work integrated learning is purely work experiential learning, has nothing to do with actual classroom training. I hope that answers your question, ma'am. So
yes,
for the
I
purpose
hear
of-
you keep saying you can't pass this stage, you won't go through. So I'm saying, what if you don't need to come here? Are you able to pass it?
Yeah, the thing is, when I was saying that, I was still trying to explain to those that are applying for training
yeah.
related. I was still going to get to that. So that's why I'm saying, if you let me finish, then you'll understand why I start in a particular way. But I hope that comes through correctly. So I start with the training related, then I come back down to the ones that are not applying for training related programs. If you look at the statement right at the top, the last paragraph, it says, if you do wish to apply for training-related interventions, please capture at least one skills development provider, meaning you can't pass or you won't be able to apply for training-related programs if you don't add a service provider. Then the other part says you will not be able to apply for training-related interventions without supplying their details in this section. So that covers the people who are wanting to apply for training-related programs. If you're a law firm looking for work placement or bursaries, you're more than welcome to skip. But again, remember, some law firms also do learnerships, like your paralegals, for example. So it's also something that is informative to them. Okay. Step number 2 is the training-related programs. So colleagues, the reason why I was saying you must not skip that step if you're interested in your training-related programs, which translate into learnerships and skills programs, you must not skip that step. Otherwise, the service provider you're going to be choosing will not appear in this section. So when you click on new under learnerships, these are the type of intervention headers that are going to be available. They are exactly as the advert, and they match the advert that you're going to download on the website. You're going to first look under unemployed learnerships. These are the learnerships that are available. It will show you the SAQA reference number or qualification code, along with the number of learners available, along with the NQF level. All you have to do, as an example, I'm going to click on this one, which is electronic security. I'm going to search for the service provider. Very important. If on step number 1, you did not capture that service provider, they will not appear here. You'll need to go back and capture them. That is why I was emphasizing that if you're applying for training-related programs, make sure you capture your service provider right at the start. If I'm the employer and service provider, I must capture myself there so that when I come here, I appear as the employer and the service provider. I hope that is clear, colleagues. Accreditation number is purely based on the program you're applying for, because, for example, you'll not have the same accreditation number across different SETAs. So you're going to put your
screen here.
Come again, sir?
Sorry, on my side, I can't see the screen. I'm just seeing the list of people who are on the on the DJ.
Is that the situation with all the colleagues? Sir, I
No,
think
we
you
can
need-
see the
We
screen.
can see the screen.
Yes,
All right, sir. I think
some of us, we have not been seeing anything on the screen for the past, I think 15 minutes or so. But then, since you said that there will be a demonstration video that will be uploaded later, so we are just here. But then we are expecting maybe to find more information and instruction on that said video that you mentioned earlier on.
all right. I think most people might be having an issue with their Teams or internet, because if other people are able to see it, then it means it's more of an issue of that. But correctly said, it will be uploaded on the website so that you are able to download and maybe take another look at it. If you're struggling, more than welcome again to contact SASITA. Moving on, colleagues, you're going to put in the number of learners you're applying for that specific program. Then the system will request this service provider that you've noted there and searched for to attach their accreditation. Correct? So let's make sure we capture the service provider on that first step so that you're able to select them when you get to their training related programs. If you don't capture them, they won't appear. After you attach your accreditation specifically for that program, you're going to click on finish, and you would have applied for that program. So if you click down here again, you'll see, sorry, I think I'm under the wrong section. Where is it? There we go. I applied for electronic security. It will show that you have already applied, and you move on to any other program that you want to apply for. So that is the basic example I'm going to show. Maybe I'm going to skip on to skills programs, just apply for one so that you are able to see how the system looks when you are applying for the different programs. Just going to use the same service provider because I only captured one. Remember, you are allowed to have more than one service provider. You don't need to apply along with one. You can apply along with 5 if they are all accredited for the 5 programs you're applying for. Basic example of the validation rule. If the program only offers 100 and you apply for 1,000, the system will not allow it. Just to show you how much is available. I'm applying for first aid with the same service provider, just so that people are able to see what we are actually capturing on the system. There we go. Document has been uploaded and I'm submitting that one. So colleagues, after I close here, this is me just showing you examples. After you've submitted for each of the programs you're applying for, you will see here under learnerships, remember, there are multiple programs that have been advertised. And this is specifically for learnerships. Under here, there are multiple learnerships. There's employed, there's unemployed, there's legacy, and there's occupational learnerships. You choose what you want to apply for, provided that you are accredited for it. You apply for it, attach all the necessary documents as I've shown you, and it will appear after you've submitted it. So I applied for 2 electronic security and 1 skills program under here. So colleagues, this is for people applying for training related programs. For the other people who don't want to apply for training related programs and have not added their service provider, all you do is click on next. That's how we do it. Then you get to your work integrated learning. Work integrated learning, colleagues, is for all the people that want work experiential learning that we had discussed in our presentation. We're going to come click on the application. There are 3 types available there. There's candidacy, internships, and candidacy. When you go under candidacy, you will find the different programs as per the advert. If you want the 12 months with learners that have already completed the PLTs, you take this one. If you want the 24 months placement that is not specific in terms of the focus area, you apply for this one. If you're applying for 24 months and the focus area is specifically for intellectual property, then you come and apply for this one. For the purposes of this example, I'm going to take the learners that are going to be focused on intellectual property. I'm going to say all of them specifically must have an LLB. I have 10 principles available. I just want 5 learners. That's all I want. And this, colleagues, does not involve you attaching accreditation because it's not training related. If you go back into there, you'll see I applied for this one and I'm good to go. I'm only allowed to apply once for a certain program and not multiple times. I'll just take an internship as well, just to make sure the example is clear. Let's say on this side, also I'm taking masters. I'm taking masters. Yeah, English is gone. Masters in cooking, if it's a qualification. Then I'll take 2 learners, and I have 4 mentors that will be assisting those learners. I just move forward, click down on the internship banner. You'll see that, okay, I have applied already. Remember, I can only apply once. This is why this option gets grayed out. Then if I go back, you'll see all of the programs that I applied for under Work Integrated Learning. Remember, this is an umbrella name. Under it, you'll find internships, candidacy, and TVET placement. This is what I request or require for now. If you're not interested in applying for Work Integrated Learning, colleagues, you just click on next. You don't need to do what I just did. You just skip that stage. Then we are on employed bursaries. Same thing under this intervention. You're going to add an application for the bursaries that SASITA has advertised. Okay, just give it a second to load. Under employed bursaries, colleagues, we have all the 6 items that have been advertised as per the advert. Like I said, if you're not interested in bursaries, you're going to click on next. You're just going to close and click on next. But for purposes of making sure people see how it looks, I'm just going to take this one for Management Advanced Programs, which is a 1-year program. I'm going to do it with a public university. And let's say the name of the institution is Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University. I'm applying for 10 learners. And the qualification name is clear on there. You can copy the same name that's on there, because for this one, the name is given. So you're just going to copy it on there. Then you can list if that program is linked to a specific occupation that you apply, that you're aiming for. Let's say I'm aiming for finance managers to do this qualification. I'm going to select the occupation code. After I'm done, if you click down on here, it will show you that you've applied. All right, then you go and you apply for the next one that you require. So there's the bursary I'm applying for, there's the 10 learners I'm applying for, and that's the institution. If you're not interested in bursaries, again, colleagues, you just click on next. Very quick and easy. You get to step 5 of 6. You're almost at the end. Colleagues, this is the section where the main applicant, the employer, has to attach their documents, colleagues. All right. The signed delegation of authority, again, I will attach here. Same one you attached when you were doing your linking to the organization. You're just going to attach it here at the file and remove. My system is a bit slow on my side in terms of the internet where I'm sitting. Please bear with me. Okay, it's just taking a bit of time to load. There we go. I'll just update quickly. All right, there we go. Then you have the documents that are valid to you. Remember, colleagues, now, just as an important note, apologies, these documents here are generated based on the organizational type that you have selected when you link yourself to an organization. Remember, if you choose the wrong organizational type, for example, I am a legal sector employer. That's why you're seeing some of these requirements like the FFC, which is the Fidelity Fund Certificate. If I, at the start, had selected private security employer, the system would be asking me for a CIRA certificate. And I would be asking myself, why am I required to submit a CIRA when I am a legal sector employer? It will be because you chose the wrong organizational time. So let's just be careful, colleagues, so that we don't get to a position where you are supposed to submit documents that are not related to your org type. Furthermore, we have this one. I'm just going to add the test application or test documents, colleagues, so that we are able to move on with the application. There we go. Almost done. I would like to think it looks long because we've had the briefing session in relation to the advert. But once you're only doing this part only and doing the application, I'd like to think it should take you less than 15 minutes tops if you have all your documentation in order. As we speak, I already have seen a couple of applications that are already in created status. Some are on the verge of submitting. I would like to think those are the people that had already applied in the previous window. They already have user profiles. They are already linked to a certain organization, and all they have to do is to come in, submit an application, attach a service provider and their documents, select the programs that they want to apply for, then ultimately submit an application. There we go, a document.
So as you are still adding, let's say you are going to apply for COIDA, and now the time frame between you guys closing and the duration of COIDA application, can I just say applied without attaching the COIDA certificate?
That will result in a declined result, ma'am.
Okay.
Advert is very clear. If you don't have the document and you don't attach it, automatically your application at compliance will become non-compliant. Okay.
Greetings, sir. Can I ask, if your COIDA is expiring in 2 months' time, must you submit that one?
As long as you submit a COIDA that is valid within the period of the funding window, when we do compliance, we will take it as valid as it was submitted while the window was still open. What I'd advise you to do is that in the meantime, after you've submitted that valid COIDA, make sure by the time we start communicating to you, either with regards to due diligence or contracting, if you are successful, that you have your updated COID. Because what most people do, they have the documents for now, and just for purposes of submitting an application, then when it's time to implement, those documents are left expired. So always make sure that after you submit that one that will expire, let's say in May, make sure that in the background, you're working on an updated document, because if you are a new entry into the system, we're going to visit you for due diligence. We're going to review the documents and say, give us your updated documents prior to you entering into a contract with the SETA. I hope that helps with your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
If I may, sorry,
Yes.
may I ask that colleagues raise their hands if they have a question, because we also have questions and we've raised our hands. We all have been here since 10.
Apologies, ma'am.
Yes.
Like I was saying, I'm not able to see at the back. I'm just going through these ones, but I think you're correct. Let us close the section of questions and we'll get to them right at the end. I'm almost done. Apologies. Colleagues, we're on organizational documents. I've attached all the documents that are related to the main applicant. So this is very simple. All the documents that are related to the main applicant, which is the employer, the owner of the application, the beneficiary of the award, will be attached as the last step so that you are able to make sure that all the documentation is in order. So after I've done that, colleagues, I'm just going to click on next. This is step number 5 of 6. Then step number 6, colleagues, is your basic declarations. They don't require you to submit documents. It's a basic declaration that you're going to just click on and save so that you are aware that you're giving us permission to look into your details, and you are aware that you're submitting an application and that you are agreeing that the information submitted is factual and that your information and the person that you have allocated is duly authorized to do so. Then I submit my application. Colleagues, just like that, your application has been submitted. Remember when I started my new application, it was sitting right at the top under the created status. Once I've submitted, it then moves to the bottom and it will show a submitted status and the date it was done on. So this is my full application and this is how it works. In the event I forgot to add 1 or 2 documents or I forgot to apply for another program, or I want to add another program to those that I've applied for, you're more than welcome to change your status, right? And once you change your status, it will revert back to created. It will move from the bottom and go back to the top. I had a scenario in the last funding window where someone reversed their status, added a program and forgot to resubmit. By the time the advert closed, they tried applying or submitting after the closing date, and it was found that the application was late and could no longer be submitted. Please be careful. When you change your status and you want to add more programs, make sure you submit it. Make sure it appears on this bottom table. Then further to that, colleagues, by the time the advert has closed, applicants are going to have access to that download button where you are going to be able to view your application and download it once you're done. So that is still being done in the background. So by the time the advert closes, you'll be able to download your final submission and have it with you for purposes of reference of information and programs applied for. Colleagues, I will stop there with my system demonstration. I hope it was insightful. May we please open up the floor for questions because I think we're running an hour over the scheduled time. Back to you, colleagues. Please raise your hands for questions so I can assist.
Okay, I'm not sure why no one is asking.
Okay, Ayami, please come through. Number 1, I'll go in sequence. Please unmute Ayamni Ntokozo. I hope I didn't butcher your name. Okay, colleagues, let's move to number 2. Number 2 is, yeah, the name is not visible. Fikani, because it's not all appearing in full. I see number 2 is on hold. Let's go to number 3. Tuli.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, when you were displaying on how do we register our profiles here, I was doing it on the side, but then instead of me clicking on discretionary grant, I used the training and development practitioner. Now that I want to go back and correct it, I don't find an option where would I correct my profile. Please assist. Thank
So
you.
you've already registered a profile and you took the wrong, if I'm getting it correct, you took the wrong head, for lack of a better word. Again, when you
Yes, sir.
register, there's an option of a DG stakeholder capturer, then there's an option of an SDF and so forth and so forth. You
Yes,
selected the
yes.
incorrect type. Please drop your information in the chat box and just state that you require assistance to change your user profile. And then I'll
Okay.
get the system guys to assist with that information.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll do that. Thank
All
you.
right. Please do it now so they can take the information. Who's next, guys? Yeah, the numbers will change. Zelda Tlongwani, please come through.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I just wanted to check. I posted a couple of questions in the chat. I haven't received a response. It's particularly mainly to candidacy for law firms. So I just wanted to know if we're going to be given an opportunity after we're done dealing with the system, so that we can attend to our questions, because I'm not seeing any response.
Think, throw it at me. Let me assist.
Okay, so the first question that I had was in relation to the levy, because we'll be a first-time applicant, but as a firm. So we wanted to know if the levy contributions are required from our side. And then the other question that I have is that we're currently hosting candidates that are being funded for a year. So we just wanted to know if we can apply for funding for their remaining 12 months, and then under which category would we then be able to apply? And then I also wanted to know that with regards to maybe just clarity regarding the COIDA registration and insurance, do we also, as a firm, do we need to register prior to any grants being allocated, and how do we go about that one? And then lastly, I just wanted to know with regards to the LPC registration that is required, do you require the registration number or some form of written correspondence from the LPC in addition to the Fidelity Fund certificate that we'll be submitting? Thank you.
Thank you, Zelda. Okay, heavy questions. The first one, the levy contribution. If you're saying you're new, have you submitted your WSP to SASITA, and are you registered with SETA 19?
No, not at all.
Yeah, so the definition of new needs to be contextualized. When we're saying new, you could find someone saying, I'm new, I've submitted my WSP, it's my first time interacting with SASITA, I've submitted my WSP, I'm registered with SETA 19, and then I have not obviously started paying levies, but I've sorted out my eligibility process or requirements with the SETA. Then we can start working from there. If you're saying new, like you haven't submitted a WSP as yet, you have not registered with SETA 19, then essentially, I think there's someone who asked a similar question when we started the presentation. I had said that they must leave their information in the chat box so that I can refer them to mandatory grants, because the WSP window is still open, and I think it would be good for you to try and take advantage of it while it's still open. Try and do both at the same time so that you are able to at least meet the eligibility criteria. If you are new and you've registered and you submitted a WSP, levies is a criteria that we look at a much later stage of the allocation. But we are able to identify whether you're new or not, and we will take it on a case-by-case scenario when you've already submitted your application, provided that you meet the basic eligibility criteria. So for that first question, please leave your information in the chat box. My team will take it down. I think you're the third person with the same issue, and I'm hoping that I can get my team to connect you to the right people at mandatory grants to assist you. I hope that first one is covered, Zelda.
Yes, thank you. I'll leave my details in the chat.
All right, perfect. Then the funding for 1 year, I'll give an example. It's not only for purposes of candidacy, but remember, if you took on learners as candidates, I'm hoping we're making it very clear that they are not employees, right? You took them as unemployed learners embarking on a placement in order to, let's say, serve their articles, for lack of a better word. If you took them on as unemployed learners and you funded them for 1 year, and you apply to SASITA for funding of the remaining 1 year, you're more than welcome to apply for them, provided that they are not permanently employed. They are taken on as unemployed learners, and your contract will only kick into effect from the time that we awarded you up until the end. Anything prior to that will not be covered. Does that answer the question?
Yes, certainly. Thank you.
All right, cool. Then Zelda, for public liability, public insurance liability or EQUIDA, what do you use to cover your employees?
Currently now, we've been hosting candidate attorneys, so they're not permanently employed, so we don't have any registration with EQUIDA or any public insurance.
So my question is, what do you cover your own employees apart from the candidates? What do you use to cover them if they get hurt at work?
We don't have anything in place. We're a fairly small firm, so it's just mainly myself as the director and the candidate attorney. And from time to sometimes we'll get paralegals that are funded, and then we're able to host them.
All right. My advice is to get a private, public-private insurance with public liability for purposes of applying. If you're not able to get the EQUIDA, it's one of the two, as long as it covers the learners while they are on your premises. Because the issue is that if any of the learners get hurt at your premises, the learners are hosted by you, and the SETA is only putting in the funding in the form of their stipend. So it is very important for you to have something in place to be able to host learners, because at the end of the day, if anything were to happen on the premises, something needs to cover those learners, because under that 12 months, they're under your care and under your supervision. So it's very important for anyone applying for unemployed learners to make sure that they have some sort of cover that covers the individuals that you're employing for the duration of the program, be it learnerships or any work integrated learning. So it's very important. I suggest you get one, Zelda, for purposes of hosting those learners. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
And the last one, I think you spoke to LPC registration. Yes, it requires a written confirmation from the LPC. I'm not very clued up with the space of law firms, but I know that there's a huge difference between the FFC and the LPC registration. There's one of the two allows you to appear in court. The other one allows you to handle trust funds or funds of a particular group, which is the FFC. So you need to have both. We're just assisting the regulator to make sure that their law firms are well within the requirements of the institutions. I hope that helps, but you do get written correspondence from LPC, ma'am. Short and sweet answer.
Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Zelda. Morris?
Afternoon again, colleagues. My question, my question says, I just want to check. There are this instant where some companies, they will say they are registered with private security industry authority. They are not registered with SASETA. So, and then if let's take you on an approach for them on a training. So I'm not quite sure whether there are still those instances whereby companies, they will say, we are paying through only on private security industry authority. We are not actually paying any levy with SASETA. So how do you come across to that type of situation?
Morris, your question, I think is there are too many things in the question. I'm not quite sure what we're referring to. You mentioned affiliation with CIRA. You mentioned affiliation with SASETA, all right?
Yes.
Yeah, so CIRA is the regulatory body of the private security industry. There's no one that can operate in that sector of security or even train without them being registered with CIRA, because they are the custodian and authority in that sector. SASETA is the custodian of the skills development portion of the safety and security sector. So yes, you need to be affiliated with CIRA and have a CIRA certificate as a company and as a director, I'd like to think, to be able to access any form of grants with the SETA, because we work hand in hand, because we are responsible for different sections of the sector. So if I heard your question correctly, you must be affiliated with CIRA in order to access any form of security-related grants with the SETA. That is a compulsory rule from us. Same way with anyone that is a law firm. We are expecting that you should be affiliated with the correct authorities in that sector, be it the law society or in this case, the Legal Practice Council, and you must be in possession of a fertility fund certificate as an example. So for everyone that is applying for programs that have a regulatory body, we always make sure we cater for those requirements because we're working in the same sector. If we had advertised firearm-related training here, which we didn't, we would have included the accreditation of PFTC. For example, for National Key Point, at some point when we do due diligence, you must have that certificate that recognizes you as a service provider for National Key Point from SAPS, as an example. So all the role players within the sectors are always included from a requirement perspective. I hope I answered your question, Morris.
Yes, but there's one thing that's missing. Maybe I couldn't hear correctly. Then this instant, when you approach companies, you try just to check, are you a levy-paying company or a non-levy payer? And then you'll find this instant where the client will tell you, I'm paying with, I only pay SIRA. So I don't know about this levy thing. So how do you assist that particular client in order to get that? Because some of them, they are very clueless. They need sort of like an advice. So you'll find out even us as skills development facilitators, we have that, but we are a little bit clueless when it comes on the private security industry authority and you assist that type of a client.
Yeah, I think your question is I'm not sure how to explain your question, but I think as an SDF, I'd like to assume you're asking the question from that perspective. I would like to think that the finance department of each company should know whether they are contributing levies to any SETA or not, because every month their EMP 201 or their EMPSA shows and reflects all the deductions to the taxman, be it UIF, be it SDL, the finance department of every company, if they are paying levies, should be able to show which SETA they are paying to. SIRA, by the way, is not a SETA. They're a regulatory body of the security industry. The levies that they are paying to SIRA are in relation to their affiliation with SIRA. Those are not regarded as skills development levies. Skills development levies are only paid to SARS and not to anybody else. So if that company is saying they are paying to SIRA, it means they are paying for registration of that company certificate. They are paying for the registration of their members as affiliation with SIRA. It has nothing to do with skills development levies. If you want to know, visit the company, let the finance department be the ones to answer, because they will surely know if they are paying SDLs to SARS. And if they are paying but don't know how to access, find out whether they are paying first. And once you got that information, come to SASITA to check whether they are registered with us and submitting a WSP. Then you take the process from there, sir.
Okay, thanks so much for that, because that's one other thing that was giving me headache every time when I approach. They will tell me, we don't pay, that's SASITA. We only pay private SIRA. So that's what we do. So don't tell us about this SASITA. So you'll find that sometimes you don't know how to assist that particular person while there are grants that are out each and every year, and then you are willingly to assist them. But because you also don't understand much what are the differences, sometimes you end up losing to assist those type of people. But with your explanation, now I understand the differences between the two. That if you are paying, you're only paying on the board, and then with a SASETA, which is the SETA, now you have to pay the levy So we have to explain this. You said it's EMP 201 and EMP what? Can you repeat again, sir, please?
That's the EMP 201 and the EMPSA.
MPSA. Okay, thank you so much. So because this is one other thing that I have to present when I visit them. Thank you so much for your explanation.
My pleasure, sir. The next person we have is Baloi and Dweleng. Baloi Dweleng.
Am I audible enough?
We can't hear you properly, but try to speak up and come through.
Am I audible now?
Yes, a bit better. Let's hear your question, ma'am.
Okay, my question is regarding the procedure of registering on the system. Is it advisable for me to skip? Can you hear me?
Sorry, ma'am. Someone seems to be unmuted on the side. Tuli, please mute. Tuli, please mute your mic. Please mute, Tuli.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Please continue.
My question is regarding the procedure of applying online. Is it advisable for me to create a username and then link the organization, and then after that skip the learning training and go straight to the work integrated learning?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Once you put in an application, the first step is the skills development provider. If you're not interested in training related programs, meaning your learnerships, your skills programs, you skip up until you get to the point where you get to the programs you want to apply for, being work integrated learning. You get in there, open the banner, submit whichever program that you want there along with the number of learners, then go right to the end, put in the employer documentation, put in your declaration and submit the application. It's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure, ma'am. Next in line, we have Okutle, please come through.
Thank you very much.
Hey.
Thank you very much for.
How come you've skipped me then?
Apologies, sir. That means when they were writing down names, they skipped you. Sorry, Okutle, I'll come back to you. Let's go to Forex Institute of Technology. Apologies, sir. The eyes are not working properly. It's been almost 2 or 3 hours now.
It's me first before Forex. If
Sir,
we're using the sequence of who raised the hand first.
We called your name and you didn't answer right at the start. That's why we skipped you.
You didn't, sir. I've been listening.
He did. Can you continue asking the question, guys?
Yeah, I've been asking.
My question is with regards to the COIDA application, since now they are closed because of the year end, because of the financial year end, would it be advisable to submit a letter of intent to apply for the COIDA?
Come again, sir. You're saying the financial year is ending. Whose financial year is ending?
The Department of Labor's financial year end. So that makes the online applications for the COIDA certificate to be closed until the 1st of April. So I'm asking if it's advisable to submit a letter of intention to apply for the COIDA certificate.
So when is your current one expiring?
I currently don't have one.
Okay. So all COIDAs expire on the 30th of April, right? If you have one. So if you have, you should be in the clear for this advert. And the application, I think, open now in April. the application should be opened. So quick one, if you don't have a COIDA, do you have a private public liability insurance?
No, sir.
Do you have employees?
Yeah, we do.
How many?
It's three employees.
3. So you are
Yeah.
eligible to have a COID. My question is, if your employees get hurt on your premises, what covers them?
Nothing at the moment, but we're on the process of applying for COIDA.
Okay, my
So
best
the
bet would
problem
be, my best bet, sorry to cut you off, sir, or to interject. My best bet would be for you to get public liability insurance
Okay.
until you finish your process with COIDA.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Who's next on the list? Okuhle, please come through.
All right, thank you very much, sir, and thank you for your insightful presentation. So I
Pleasure,
have
sir.
2 questions. The first one is, if you are doing your evaluations and you are doing your site visits, will you need the skills development provider to be present when you are doing that site visits? And the number 2 is, let's say we are applying for all the DGs, so maybe for the internships and for the learnerships, will you want to conduct a site visit where, let's say for the workplace, when you are where for the internships, would you want to do a site visit for where we'll be placing the learners? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Those are 2 very important questions that you're asking. For the first one, if the employer and service provider are 2 different people, yes, we require both parties to be present for the due diligence, because like I have said, each party has a separate role to play, and some questions might not be known to the employer. I'll give you an example. We have new legacy qualifications. Most employers don't even have accreditation for it. They usually partner along with service providers that are already in the market doing that, right? If we come on due diligence and I ask you a question to say, have you read the curriculum of that new occupational qualification, and are you aware of the requirements? For example, to say that each of the assessors you're using must have a minimum of 5 years experience within that field. Some employers will not know that. There's a curriculum document that is attached to each occupational qualification that QCTO has inserted onto their website. Most employers are not even interested in that because their area of expertise is not in training, is in security. So that's why they bring on service providers to handle that department. So in short, yes, you do need your service provider there to be able to answer the questions that are related to training. Does that answer the first one?
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, one more thing in relation to the SDP being present, do they have to be physically present or they can join virtually?
When we do a site visit, it's a physical visit, but I'd like to think we're in the 21st century. If it requires the representative that is there with the employer to join virtually, if it's an option, I don't think we would have a problem with it, as long as we get all the required information at that point where we are at the site visit. So I think that's a generic thing that we can sort out in the event it happens that we come for site visits. The second question, I think, was in relation to a site visit for work integrated learning. Yes, very important for SASITA to come and check where the learners are going to be hosted. You don't want to find a situation where a company has a lease agreement for a one-room flat in Joburg that seats only 3 people and you have applied for 20 interns. Where are you going to have them sit? Which workstations are they going to use? Do you have the necessary equipment? We've had a lot of cases where employers were unable to provide learners with workstations, with the placement in the correct departments for a specific qualification because they are not available, or maybe those departments are not even there. So it's very important for us as a SETA to visit the premises to make sure that each and every requirement for that learner to benefit from that placement is met. So yes, we do come for a site visit. Thank you, Okuhle. Hope I answered your questions. Next person is Mary. Come through, Mary. I think we had a chat before this one, this question. Please come through.
Hello once again. Thank you, Tisetso. Am
Hi,
I
Mary.
audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
The system presentation that you just did now is with regards to organizations, right?
Yes, it's with regards to applicants.
Okay, so I want to find out when I apply for my law firm, for example, does the candidate attorney that I have to take in have to do their own application, or I must apply on their behalf? Like, how does it work?
Very good question, ma'am. A lot of people do ask that question. Remember the advert, like I've stated in the presentation and in the system, that the invitation is to employers. An individual learner does not meet the description of an employer. Individual candidates who want to find themselves an employer should go and register with Law Society or the LPC, so that in the event SASITA does award to these authorities, they are able to get assisted with grants. But the short answer is that when you are applying in this funding window particularly, it is only for companies, specifically private sector employers that meet the minimum requirements as per the advert. I hope that answers that question, Mary.
Okay, let's say I have a candidate attorney right now. Let's say maybe I have 3 candidates. They did not register with the LPC or the Law Society like you've just advised right now. And then I want them to receive funding from this SASITA funding. How do we go about that? Do I still have to go back to the LPC, register them, or what?
So you want to assist a learner to
Yes,
get-
yes. I have a learner who wants to serve articles, ne?
Mhm.
However, because we are a small law firm, we won't be able to pay them from our own pocket. Hence, we want to apply for funding from SASITA. So how is that gonna work? Like, am I supposed to register the learner? Am I supposed to refer them to the LPC or Law Society?
Okay. Like I said, no, if I'm an individual learner and I don't have a host company, I must go to LPC or Law Society to register myself, that in the event SASITA awards to Law Society or LPC, they can help me get an employer so that I can serve my articles. That's point number 1. Number 2, you are an employer applying on behalf of the learner so that once we award you, or in the event we award you, you can host them. Right? That's scenario number 2. Then at the start, if you remember, I said, if LPC is saying that any law firm that's affiliated to us has to register their learners with us before they place them, if that is their rule, then yes, you must register them. If LPC has no rule around that, then you don't need to do that. But for now, in order for you to help this learner you're inquiring about, you are already doing it because you are here trying to apply in the capacity as an employer, trying to get funding from the SETA so you can host this one learner. I hope I'm explaining it properly.
I'm not sure. Okay, let me ask this. So in when we apply as a law firm, we capture everything that has to do with the law firm. All the details are the law firm's details. So when I take this candidate attorney, are you gonna need their details, you as SASITA?
Once we have awarded you, or should we award you once you meet the basic compliance, and you have entered into a contract with SASITA, and we have a definite contract. After that, that's when you do your recruitment, right? Recruitment meaning now you're gonna take this learner, you're gonna sign a learner agreement that's called a WPL, right? Form. And you're going to register that learner with SASITA so that we are able to report them. So the recruitment or the registration of the learner only begins after you've signed the contract. I think Ms. Ahmad explained it well to say, in the meantime, have a database. in the meantime, have a database available. Don't contract them or anything. Have a database available of ready learners so that you are able to make sure you start immediately after the contract is signed. So yes, you only do the registration once you have a fully signed contract. Otherwise, there is no obligation between the two parties.
Now I fully understand you. Thank you very much. My second question would be, are you gonna provide us with an email or a contact in case we have further inquiries that we can direct, or you are just gonna check in the chat box for any
on the advert on the last page, there's an email there, dedicated emails, an email for queries for any DG related matters. It's a simple one. It's dg@sasita.org.za. 2 letters, dg@sasita.org.za. It's on the advert. You should be able to get to any one of my colleagues to assist with anything.
All right, thank you very much.
Pleasure. And next I have, this was
Mr. Tisetso.
Mary, who's next?
I
Yes, sir.
apologize for just jumping in like that. I wanted to just go along the lines the previous speaker was on. So now with
sorry, sir, is this Thabang? Is this Thabang? I'm sorry, is this Thabang?
No, it's not Thabang, sir.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of people who've been waiting in the line. I don't want to get into trouble with the other stakeholders. But let me just let this happen for this one instance so that I can move along quickly. Okay, please continue.
My apologies, sir. So I wanted to say now, is it not maybe rather inconvenient for specifically speaking on behalf of law firms? Because now, let's say, sorry, say you just when you interjected now, what I wanted to say to add in addition to the previous speaker just slipped my mouth. So I'll just wait in the queue because I'm raising my hand. So yeah, I'll just wait in the queue again. Not a problem.
No worries. Apologies, no worries. It will come back to you just now. Thabang, please come through.
Afternoon, Tisetso.
Afternoon, sir.
Can you please clarify on who issues the for the legal sector? Who issues the signed delegation of authority? Is it the candidate or the director of the firm?
The director of the firm, sir, he must give authority to whoever he chooses that he's letting them apply. Yes, he's giving them the authority to apply on behalf of the company.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you, Thabang. Next is I think, apologies, colleagues. I think some of the people, maybe their questions were answered, so I no longer see their hands there. After Thabang, I was supposed to get Lebohang, but I see her hand is on number 4. That means at one point you raised it and dropped it. So I'm gonna follow the format of how it's looking now. So I'm gonna go with Thuli. Then after Thuli, it's Lesego.
Right, thank you. I just want to find out, I'm also a new company. I understand the WSP part because I'm an SDF. I haven't submitted yet, but I understand that I have to submit. I understand the COIDA or the public insurance or liability insurance part. If I do not have a SPRISA registration and I'm applying for a qualification such as the IT security qualification, would I still be able to apply without the PRISA registration?
Yes, that is correct, ma'am. The CIRA certificate is only applicable for security-related programs, very important. So you can't operate in that sector or train in that sector if you don't have a CIRA. So if you're applying for a program that's not CIRA-related, the CIRA is a non-compulsory document that you don't have to submit. But it is compulsory for all private security employers who are applying for any security-related programs. That is perfectly correct. Same way with a law firm. You can't, for me, apply for candidate attorneys if you're not registered with the FFC, as an example. So those certain documents are meant for maintaining the legislative environment of certain authorities. So you don't need a CIRA when applying for non-security related programs, ma'am. That's the short answer.
So if that is the answer, then it means the absolute requirements in as far as documentation, to my mind, would be the CIPC. The CIRA appraiser would be only if you are applying for security related courses or qualification. The COIDA is an absolute, or the public liability insurance, obviously the tax clearance and the BE. Those would be the absolute requirements, as of course, and the delegation of authority. Those, in terms of documentation, those would be the absolute. If I'm not applying for qualifications related to security courses, would I
Yeah.
be correct if I frame it that way?
Yeah, let me just further elaborate on it. Remember at the end of the demonstration, before I did the declarations, I also spoke about this to say the company organizational type you choose is very important. If you choose that you are a legal sector employer, then automatically the system generates requirements for a legal sector employer. Therefore, it will generate documents like your LPC registration and your FFC. And if you choose the wrong one, it will generate exactly what you chose. So for purposes of the employer as an applicant, there are documents that are for the main applicant. Then there are documents related to training related programs that you're applying for. Two different things. We need to associate them. Training related documents would be your accreditation, right? And your CIRA registration if you're applying for security related programs. If we had PFTC programs, you'd need that accreditation on the side from PFTC as well. But if you are a law firm applying for a non-security related program that is training related, like a learnership, you still need accreditation. However, you won't need the CIRA because the program is not security related. I think that should cover it, just to make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, just to make sure, if I'm, you know, there is now a strong convergence between IT and security. If I'm not necessarily a security company, but I work in the IT space and I do work in the IT security space, can I apply, but not as a private security employer?
Let's be specific. What program do you want to apply for so I can understand the question you're asking?
Yeah, for the, I'll tell you now, the cybersecurity analyst.
Yeah, I see that one for now is something that is outside the context of private security.
Yes.
That's a general term. It borders on both. CIRA has no control over that because that is a generic qualification. You see, general security practices is a security related qualification and a legacy qualification or an occupational one. So things like your cyber security analyst, for example, it does not talk to security in its nature of guarding and all that. It talks to security of a higher form or of a more advanced form. So you don't need a CIRA for that one. I understand where the confusion lies. That word security in the qualification name, but that has the CIRA has no bearing on qualifications like those. Those are higher form of cybersecurity.
So that means I can still apply, but I just don't need a CIRA certificate.
No, you do not need a CIRA for those ones. But I understand the question.
But I have to choose carefully the type of company I am.
For those ones, it doesn't matter. Cybersecurity is cybersecurity, as long as you meet the criteria of the eligible applicants that are mentioned on the advert. Agiri, you said you're a law firm.
No, I'm not a law firm. I'm an IT services company, and I'm now in the security space through the IT services. And that's what the qualification I want to apply for.
Are you an employer? Are you an
Yes.
employer?
Yes.
Are you registered with SASITA and submitting a WSP?
I'm in that process of
Okay.
registering and submitting a WSP.
So you're not a service provider, ne? Just be sure of that part.
Meaning what? A training provider? No.
Yeah, okay,
No, I'm
perfect.
not. Yeah.
All right, perfect.
But I don't have a PRISA certificate.
Yeah, no, the CERA certificate you don't need
It's
for
okay.
that
Okay,
qualification.
I get you.
Yeah.
All right. So what? Okay. All right. I'll see when I have to choose the type of company I am, where I fall. But I obviously don't fall with security and law either. Okay, I get you though.
All right. Thanks, Julie.
Thanks.
Hope I answered your questions. Apologies, colleagues. Let's try and push the questions faster. Next person is Lesego.
Good
Lesego.
afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. I do apologize if you covered this. I've been in and out of the meeting. I'm a registered SDF. Obviously I'm to submit the WSP for our law firm. So they'd like me to apply for the discretionary grant. So as I was going through the platform with you, there's no option for me to apply for a discretionary grant. So when I tried to register, it says that my email is existing in the system. So how do I go about that?
Sorry, Lesego, I was muted. You're saying you're from which company?
I'm with Service Juicer.
Okay. So the email that you're using, is it your email or is it a group email? Are you sharing it with other people?
It's my email. It's my personal email.
It's your personal email. So it's already existing, meaning someone already used it on the system.
I'm using it as the SDF on the system.
Yeah, remember what I said, that if you have an existing profile as an SDF, automatically you should have access to grants. Are you trying to re-register a user account?
Yeah, I'm trying to re-register. So it's saying that it's existing. So when I log in, there's no option. It's only mandatory grants.
It doesn't
When I
show
log in.
DG.
Yeah, it doesn't show DG.
Okay, perfect. So that means we just need our IT team to assist you with the function. They'll add the function. Please drop your information in the chat box, guys. Please take note of that. I need those people to attend it to. It's Lesego. Please leave your contact detail and your request so that I can get the IT guys to work on that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lesego. Next person is Hope. Julie, please lower your hand. Hope, please come through.
Hi, Diseto. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can hear you loud and clear, Hope.
Perfect. This question might be a reiteration, but I just want to be sure. So I think someone else did ask, but they were asking from the principal point. I'm asking from the learner point, if I may say. However, I just want to clarify that as a person who's basically looking for articles, you need to find a host firm, and the host firm applies on your behalf. You can't process the application on your own.
Yes, that is correct, ma'am. Is that a question or you're repeating?
No, it's a question. I just wanted to clarify if that is really the case. Hence, I said, I think the person you spoke to earlier asked it from a principal point of view. But I'm asking from a learner point of view, as someone who's actively looking for articles.
Yes. Like I said, if you're coming in as an individual learner, because you're seeing this advert, you must go to people like your LPCs and the Law Society. If you already have access to a law firm that you know, you can come to them, as you rightfully said, and they can apply on your behalf, provided that they meet all the requirements set forth in the advert. That is correct, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much, because another thing that was causing confusion is when law firms are advertising, they say they're looking for SASITA funded candidates, so it can be a bit confusing.
So you have individual law firms who advertise and they're saying they're looking for SASITA funded
funded
individuals.
candidates. Yeah.
Yeah, that is weird. Very weird.
Yes, just to get it, I can second hope on that. It was me who asked that question earlier. There are law firms that says we are looking for a SASITA funded candidate attorney.
Yes, hence the confusion, I guess.
Yeah, that is this is my first time hearing of that. One, they should know we don't fund individuals directly. We fund them through an employer, be it Law Society or LPC, or the individual law firms that apply to us through a funding window. But I think that is factually incorrect for them to advertise in that sense. I will have to maybe alert the guys that work with the law firm sector, just to maybe raise that with the Law Society and LPC, because I understand where the confusion is coming now. Because SASITA does not award directly to learners and learners go and look for employers. We don't work like that. We award to employers and employers recruit their own learners, or the people that are regulatory bodies in the industry registering the learners on their database. And once we give funding to the employer, they then assist the learners. So yeah, I'll take a look into that. But yes, we only award to employers and not individual learners. Thank you for that, Hope. Really appreciate it. We'll take a look into it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next person is Lebohang. Lebohang, please come through. Hi, Lebohang.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, ma'am.
Oh, my question is, I've been trying to register my user email. I've realized later was that the email that I've entered there is incorrect. So how do I go about fixing that email? Because when I try to enter another email, it says my ID number already exists, of which is true. So the only thing that's holding me from completing my registration is that email. How do I go about it?
So let me get it right, Lebo. So you already registered a profile.
Yes, and now it says it has sent an email, a link to my email. I can't get that email because that email that I wrote there is incorrect.
Okay, no, I understand. It's a technical problem that we can get our people to fix on that other side. Same thing as the lady before. Please drop your information in the mailbox. My team is taking note, and they will contact you to get help from the guys of the system to try and just reverse the application or delete it.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
That's
Thank
all.
you. No, you'll be sorted soon.
Thank you.
Just a sec. Apologies about that, colleagues. Just to apologies, colleagues. I'm getting an echo. I think it's my network, but all the people are muted next to me. Just give me a second. Okay, colleagues. I think there was some sort of echo in the room, not sure why. But let us continue, colleagues, and try and finish. If the list keeps growing, colleagues, I think I was hoping to get questions and less of troubleshooting for the system, because I'm thinking now I'm getting more of troubleshooting and I'm trying to resolve them while in the presentation. It's meant to be questions related to the system. If you have troubleshooting issues, we've tried registering and you're stuck somewhere, let us drop that in the chat box and I'll have someone attend to it, or we send our queries to the DG mailbox so that I do not leave out the questions that are related to the advert and the system demonstration first. Next person I have is Unbeatable Group. Please come through.
Yeah, good afternoon once more again. Tisset, I just want to find out about the accreditation because remember mine was expiring, I think it was December last year. And I've sent the letter for extension. Apparently, I haven't received any response from you guys. And also, I just done my application and uploaded the profile instead of the tax clearance. I mean, a CERA certificate. So how do I remove the profile?